Hey, I'm DeBob from DeBob Zen Scale Man Cave, and you are watching the NMRAx YouTube channel. And if you have not subscribed down below, ring that bell and give it a good like as well. Leave a comment down below, but by all means, subscribe. I know you want to. And by the way, you should stay off those tracks. Thanks.
Hi, this is Ken Patterson, the host of the What's Neat show over at Model Railroad Hobbyist Magazine and the What's Neat This Week in Model Railroading podcast that you all love to watch every week, keeping you informed of what's new in the hobby and with my great podcast crew. Now, if you like the NMRAx content that you're watching, don't forget to hit the like button and or subscribe, and be sure to hit that little bell icon at the bottom so that you are notified of the next show coming up. So rock and roll, guys. Enjoy the rest of this show. How's that? That last one was the best because I got my rock and roll in there.
Welcome back to NMRAx, the video presentation format that we do every second Saturday of the month. And I'm Neil. I'm live in Hawaii, but I'm going to bring to you our next presenter, who says he attended PS 203 in the Bronx, but never graduated. And eventually the state gave him a GED. You're going to have to explain that. Won a first place structure award in the Master Model Railroad AP program. That's fantastic. He loves scratch building structures based on prototype structures and all kinds of complex track work using fast tracks and jigs. He believes that narrow gauge modelers drink more wine than standard gauge modelers. I can attest to that, and probably have large caches of Grey Poupon mustard stockpiled in cases in case the world suddenly ends. Were you looking in my refrigerator? Let's welcome Bill Huebner.
Good evening, everybody. As the title says, I want to talk about how I've been building domino or modular type bench work and how specifically I build it, the construction techniques. And just as a disclaimer up front, really nothing that I'm showing here is anything that I came up with. I just adopted ideas from other people, most of which came from a model railroader called David Barrow in Texas. He published some articles starting in the late 90s, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But before I tell you more about him, here's just a general outline of what we're going to be covering, just kind of the background, where it came from. Again, I want to give credit where credit's due, not with me, but also not just how to build the dominoes or the bench work, but how David Barrow used it to simplify the design process for layouts. I'm going to go over some advantages, disadvantages that I've found, and others that I've talked to have. Then spend quite a bit of time on kind of the basic construction techniques. And this is where I've kind of used some woodworking techniques and skills that I picked up from other people and applied it to the system that Mr. David Barrow had come up with, gosh, over 20 years ago. And then I'm going to show you how I do the track work and turnout controls, and show how wiring is much simplified with these dominoes. And then how do you support these modules, the different ways you can do it, or at least the way that he came up with, the way I'm doing it. There are obviously more than one way of doing it. And this isn't a total sale of how to do something. It's more, let me present some different ideas. There's a lot of people go, oh, there's no scenery. It's not for me. And that's fine. I understand that this hobby is, available to everybody and has really lots of options. But I just like it because I'm primarily an operator. I like car cards, operating as prototypically as possible. That's where I get the most enjoyment. And here's just a picture to kind of show you where we're going. This is from David Barrow's layout. And that character there is one of the moderators. I wouldn't let him in my house. Right there, I think he's stealing the boxcar. He's going to put it in his pocket and walk out with it. But this picture kind of displays the basic ideas of the modular or domino benchwork, which is it's linear, it's flat, there's really no scenery. And as you're going to see that all these modules are basically 4 feet long, and they have a standardized width of generally 18 inches. And then it has these leg systems that I actually like because it's clean. There isn't a skirting. There's no boxes here. It looks more like finished scenery. And again, it's not for everybody, but it's something that I really like. So this is kind of where we're going to be going. And again, it's really conducive for operating and getting up and running very quickly. Again, like I said, this is really David Barrow's idea. He published a number of articles starting in the late 90s through the 2000s. He's an architect. He came up with it. And it's very, one of the things I like is that you can change the track work, and that's kind of what he's done. I think there was a time, it seemed like every 18 months he would publish another article, and he had a different layout, completely different and operating. If he got bored or didn't like something, he'd reconfigure it and just use the same bench work. It didn't end up in a dumpster like so many other layouts I've either built or helped other people build. And he tries to simplify things and get to where we can operate trains. And I know there's a presentation, I think it was last year. Riley Trigg was on here. He's also down in Texas. And he's using kind of the same techniques. Basically, there's limited time, and he just wants to operate and he wants to get there as fast as he can. And I'm kind of the same mindset of getting going quickly and getting trains operating. And again, simplifying and taking out as much stuff as I can. And the way I've designed it, he was an architect when he started this. He drew up track plans, and then kind of he would then print them out, or he would actually draw them on pieces of cardstock and move them around as a design process to see how much room things would take. And I've got this thing, I've taken that idea, but just updated it, wherein I use the software NMRAx that I'm not involved with it anyway, but it costs about $60 or something like that. And it's well worth the money if you're planning a new layout. It's just really fun to use, very easy. And basically you print out your layout like I have done here, and you laminate it, you glue it to a piece of cardstock. And again, this is David Barrow's idea. And with the NMRAx, it doesn't let you, essentially, it tells you if you're putting tracks that aren't aligned, you have too sharp a radius, that sort of thing. And so you print out these segments, like this is a yard here, this is a town. And it represents, let me show you the next one here. Like this is a yard. And this really is 4 different modules. Each module, the way I do it, is 4 foot long. So there's 1, 2, 3 modules. And because it's all going to go together, I printed it out, even though it will be built as 4 separate modules. And I do that just because it's easier to move 4 foot around. And I try to, as much as possible, make it so that on a joint, there are no turnouts. Sometimes, particularly in a yard, you're forced to, but as much as possible, I try to make it so that doesn't happen. And again, this is one of the main attributes of this system or idea that he came up with, Mr. Barrow, is this is just an example. I printed out different town segments, and I use that larger gray piece of cardstock, which has a grid of 3/4 inch grids, which represent a scale, a real foot, just to kind of see what room I would need if I were to do a layout of this type on a one level as opposed to two levels. Um, and it kind of shows you where your problems might come. Like in the bottom right, things are jammed up, might have a problem there. But the fun part, just using this as an example, is you can see that, uh, like the prototype, it forces you into a linear track arrangement. And I'm trying, almost all of my bench work is going to be 18 inches or less. I'm going to have a lot that's only 12 inches wide, and I'm trying to make it as thin as possible, because when you do, you end up with really large aisleways, plenty of space. And I always find there's so many layouts I go to, it's like, boy, there's just no room for people, um, and you can't move around. So it very quickly kind of says, hey, this is how much room it's going to take. It's going to work or it's not. And everything I've built so far is really worked. I mean, just perfectly this way, and it allows you to do a lot of what ifs. You know, how much room is it going to take? So let's talk briefly about some of the advantages, disadvantages. I think there's lots of advantages. When I talk to my friends, they come up with the disadvantages, and one of them is that the bench work you can do yourself, and it's mass produced in the sense that I'm not customizing everything. Where every layout I built or anybody else built, it's like you go measure one piece and you go to the other room, you cut it, you bring it back, it doesn't fit, you got to go back and cut it. And there's just so much wasted time, and I just don't have that much time. And I'm building almost everything, or really, I built the whole thing with a track saw. I don't even have a table saw. I've owned table saws, but I got rid of them. They're heavy, they're hard to move around, they take up a bunch of space. And to me, trying to cut plywood is extremely dangerous, particularly if you're doing it alone. So I just gotten away from it. The benchwork too, it simplifies. It's really perfect for these smaller switching layouts that I'm seeing. People like Lance Mindheim and others have really been promoting. Riley Triggs again is another one. Um, and so it kind of works with what we're seeing now with these smaller switching layouts. And with the 18-inch bench work, it's less than it's about what the right of way of a railroad is. And I guess railroads just don't have a whole bunch of mountains sitting right next to the tracks. It just doesn't work. And here's the key reason why I like the modular system. I no longer have to do my wiring or put switch machines in while I'm on a basement floor or somewhere cramped with solder in my eyes. Here, I'm building everything at my workbench, and this is probably the key reason I love this. So I can put all the turnout controllers in. In this case, these are bullfrogs from Fast Tracks that I rework, and I just make them into push pulls, and all the wiring is right here. And this is my old kitchen table. I got lights there. I've got a nice chair. I've got my soldering iron. I've got everything right there, and these leads here just show you when I'm done building a particular module, I hook it up to just a little power pack and put an engine on and just see if all the track work works. Again, some of the disadvantages people will find them is if you like big scenery and you're a narrow gauge guy and you're trying to do John Allen, it's not for you. It's really for people that want to get up and running and want to operate quickly. So let's get into the meat of this, which is kind of the basic construction techniques and how this all works. All these benches are built with 3/4 inch or 19. Typically, it's 19 millimeter plywood. You don't want to go half inch. It's not worth it. It's not much cheaper, and you really people for years now have said you got to go with 3/4 inch. And again, it's a lot of times sold as 19 millimeter. It's equivalent. I wish everything was metric at this point, but it's not. And here in North America, plywood sold in 4x8 sheets. And rather than making the modules 8 foot or 6 foot, which is what everybody wants to do, I standardize everything at 4 foot. And the reason is it's just easier to work with, and is for one person. If I need to take a module down a set of stairs, I can do it myself. I don't need help, which is going to prove real helpful, because most of the time you don't have people around there to necessarily help haul stuff around. So everything is made out of these pieces of plywood, and it ends up being way cheaper nowadays with respect to if you were to buy 1x4s. Um, the dimensional lumber is 4 to 5 times what it used to be, and it's really not all that good. And again, here's back to how I do it. This is what I end up doing. I just build it. I put the track down while I'm sitting at the chair. I flip it around. I solder all the leads on the back side of the rail. So I don't have to, I'm never seeing wires. And then before I finish, I've tested this thing, that the turnouts work, the track works, the electric works, there's no shorts, done, move on. And again, that's another example of how I do it. This is an idea that I saw and I tried it and I threw it out. And that was, somebody came up with this idea of, or a number of people, of building bench work, but with on these cradles that rotate. And it's almost like an easel, or a drafting table. And at first, being an old draftsman, it's like, man, this is like my old drafting table. This would be great to do track work on, but it just was so cumbersome, and it was way more work than it was worth. And I actually I just scrapped that wood. I gave it a try, and I said no. So getting back to the basic construction techniques, you're basically using 4x8 sheets of plywood. I just take it, put it in the garage, and this is my poor man's dust collector. I create a cutting table, and this is just, and you can see this online. You get some sawhorses, and you build kind of a grid out of 2x4s, notch it. It's very strong. And on top of that, this is kind of what the woodworkers call sacrificial piece. Basically, this foam, 2.5 inch or 2 inch piece of foam, sits underneath the plywood, and so that you don't get chip out. And I build everything on this. I've used this for I don't know how many times. And on that, I just slide a piece of plywood in, and then this is the key that makes this, at least for me, very user friendly. I use this track saw. There's different ones now, and these really replaced table saws. So in the past, if you were going to rip plywood into strips, like this is my example, 3.5, it could be 3 inches or whatever, you would actually physically have to move the 4x8 sheet of plywood through the table saw over and over. And if you're doing that alone, good luck. I like my fingers. I still got them. I want to keep them. And these track saws replace it. So instead of moving the material, you move the saw. And with this, you get virtually no cutout. It's very, very efficient, and you get no splintering. And you just have that plywood. I'm not lifting it. I just lift the saw and the track saw. And this is just another example of it. And you can get these guides, these parallel guides, and you set it up to what you want. Again, in my case, it's 3.5 inches, and I just set it up, and it's like a factory. I just go zip, zip, zip. And there's different manufacturers of these. Festool's just one. That's a German one, but Makita and others make them. And there's some woodworkers use like these very bargain basement ones, much cheaper, and they get great results. So it's something, and it ends up being a lot cheaper than a table saw, and it takes no room, and it's super easy to move around. You can move it in your basement, go another room, take it to your friend's house, use it. It's just a great system. And there's tons of support with this, because the woodworkers across the world are using these things. They're getting away from table saws, or a lot of them are anyway. So again, these are just some more pictures of how I do it. There are different ways. You could use a table saw. You could use a skill saw, but with this, there's virtually no chip out. I don't have to sand any edges. I just get up and go. And this type of plywood is kind of it's not construction grade, but it's not the best birch plywood. It's kind of in between. It's $85, $90 a sheet now. And this actually has a B and a C side. There isn't even an A side. So it's good, but it's not perfect. And this is what, for most parts of the world, they're building a bunch of cabinets with this material. This is what they build so much now. They're not using dimensional lumber. They're using this kind of plywood. And again, this is B, C. It's not top grade, so it's maybe $90 a sheet now. And look for 19 millimeter. You don't want something like 17/32 or whatever that is. Who even knows? I hate fractions. But again, just some more pictures of how this works. And I can do it all by myself. I don't need a lot of help. And also, you can actually cut legs with this. And this is actually some 2x6s or something that I actually use to rip legs. I'll show you those later. And these are just some of the other tools. And it's just super, super accurate. And it's really safe. You'd be hard pressed to hurt yourself. And these are just little tools that they've come up with to account for the width of the kerf of the blade. You get these online. Somebody 3D printed this stuff. There's all kinds of stuff out there. But again, this is what you're looking for. You're going to take the plywood and rip it into this basic material. And it's from here that you're going to build all your bench work. And a lot of times the good wood it's not exactly 48 inches. It's more like almost 49 inches, which is great because then it allows you to lop off maybe a quarter inch or so off these edges here, so that each one of these is perfectly, not only 48 inches, but everything is perfectly square. That's the key. You want to get everything perfectly square. And again, this is like my little lumber yard. And this is the other little track saw. There's other ways of setting it up where I'm just squaring off the ends. This is just offcuts. I get everything so it's exactly 48 inches. There's different ways of doing it. The key though is a track saw. You don't have to have all this stuff here. I just use it for other things. And the advantage with this stuff is if I ever wanted to sell it, I could probably get whatever I paid for it. The next thing is once you get the wood and you create the rails, the long rails and then the mid rails, because it's just, you're building a box. How do you put them together? Now, Mr. Barrow, way back when, he was just using nails. He had pictures of him with some nails. I guess that would work. The trouble is plywood, if you're going into the end grain, it doesn't hold nails or screws all that well. You could get away with it. I'm sure it works, but they got these things called pocket screws. This is one by Craig, and this they use this all the time building cabinets. This is what you use. These are relatively inexpensive. There's different manufacturers, and you basically screw all these things together with special screws, which is what I'm showing you right here. And what you do is you take the rails and you use this system, and you put pockets into the ends. Like this is a cross piece here that's going to join the two long rails, and you put two in each end. And you just use a little drill. You drill it out. They got a special drill. It's actually fun. Once you do it, it's like, man, this is fun. And you end up with these little scallop things. And I'll show you how we put it together. And that's kind of where the screws are going to go. And that other long screw is what I'm going to be using to attach it to the legs. I just show it here. And it's just a thumbnail. I'm not using any bolts. I'm not doing a whole bunch of stuff. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. Because again, his idea was try to make this as accessible to people. And I know I've gone a little more than he has, but like with this, I don't even need a ratchet set with this. It's just thumb screw for the legs. So anyway, here's a almost finished cross piece. There it is with the pocket screws drilled in on each end. And again, mass produce all this stuff. I make it so that all the holes for the electric wires is all about the same. So you just line these up. There's always going to be clearance there. There's no science. I just make this, 4 inches, 4 inches. You could do whatever you want, about 1.25 inches down. Again, that's not, you just do what you want to do with respect to that. So now we're going to put it together. You don't have to have this dog system that I've got here, but all these, there's different ways of doing it. These are perfectly, all these holes are drilled perfectly perpendicular. There's different ways of doing it. You don't have to do it this way. It's just something I had, and I love it. It's so much fun, but you don't have to do it this way because you just need a flat surface. You don't really have to do it this way, but I'm just showing you this way. And you just hold the piece of square. And the key that I find is this, the top is on the bottom. And the reason is if there's any variance here, I don't want it here, or I don't want it on the bottom because the piece is going to go right on top. So I kind of build it upside down. And I hold the two pieces square. There's different ways. And again, notice the length, the cross pieces go into the length. So every piece is always exactly 48. You don't want to reverse it. You keep it consistent the whole way. Just pretend that you're building a Model A. You're using, the same parts and you're just building it over and over again. So I kind of hold it in place. There it is right there. And then I use these pocket screws. And these are just screws, and you just screw them in, zip. And that's, really square. And you do two, and then you do the other. And it's actually fun. It's like building furniture, but everything measures up. You don't have to double check. It just works out every time. So here I am again, just building each box, keeping it very square. And even if it's not a perfectly square, I'll show you how you adjust that. And that's the great part is you get it. So again, here's the box, and this is basically what you're working for. And you don't need cross braces. People want to put cross braces here, and you don't need it because on top of this is going to sit a 3/4 sheet of that same plywood. And that's super strong, super rigid. It's not going to go anywhere. And just adding some sort of brace in here just gets in the way of putting switch controllers in. And it's just a waste of material and time. Just don't do it. And so that's the other reason I like 4-foot. If you do 6 or 8, then suddenly you got to put cross bracing in. And it's just simpler to do it this way. And the plywood is just very, very strong. And again, this is finishing it up. And these are different jigs that this company, Craig, produces to help you hold things square. But there's more than that one company. There's others. I don't, it's just whatever's there. Just some of the stuff. And then once the box is this box here, once it's screwed together, you measure the diagonals. And if you remember back to, gosh, was it geometry class back in, gosh, no, when? I didn't finish high school, so I don't know. But what you do with the measuring of the diagonals is it's based on a Pythagorean ideas and formulas, so that if the distance between the two corners is the same, then you know that rectangle, that every corner is exactly 90 degrees. And what I find, and people outside the U.S. will love this, I try to use metric rulers whenever I can. It's so much easier to measure things in 1712 millimeters rather than 1730 seconds and 5 inches. I mean, it's just crazy. So again, this keeps it nice and square. And so this can flex a little bit and you get it perfectly square. But then it doesn't even matter because I'll show you. So you mass produce it. Here's a bunch of you. Just mass produce these. Here's 6 at a time. Because then when you cut the top and you use the track saws, this top, again, this is 18 inches by 4 foot, is again the same plywood, same material. It's perfectly square. And I hold it in place and I just nail it down with 16 gauge. And I don't know, you can use 2, whatever you want. Just be careful. Mine's an air compressor. I know they've got some with batteries. I like pneumatic tools better than batteries. And you just get this, and it just boom, boom, boom. And it's like you're making furniture. So here's the box, almost finished. And again, you just build them one at a time. And then I'm just showing you, you're going to have to figure out what are you going to do to paint the base. Do it before you put track down. This is just how I did it. I bought up 4 or 5 different colors at the local big box and just painted different ones to see what I liked. And this is a little dark, but it is what it is. And then you put the top where the track goes on is made out of like 5mm Luan, kind of a soft plywood. And so this is the 3/4 inch, and then this is this 5mm kind of this soft Luan, and I just use these little brads. I think these are just 5/8 inch. Go click, 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 click. Just put it in. And I don't use huge screw. I don't use a bunch of screws or heavy nails, because what he did was he would build a railroad, and if he wanted to, he could just strip this off and put another piece down, because that's relatively inexpensive. The box, including the plywood, is where the money is. This thing's relatively cheap. So if it gets marred up or you got holes in it, just rip it up, throw it out, save the rest. And again, using these little things, if you need to, it's easy to move them. And again, here's just an example of one module's 4 foot. I can move it around. You start getting bigger, it starts getting heavy. And on the right, far right, you can see I've mass produced some legs. And again, real briefly, when you're thinking about what the width is, I mean, 3.5 inches is not, doesn't have to be there. But I was looking at what was the clearance that I needed to put my bullfrogs in, some sort of switch controller. So I came up with that, and it works out just fine. And again, it shows the total construction. This is the length, this is the end, here's the top. This is all 4 foot long, and then this just sits on top. And then you have the throw rod that you drill a hole through here, and the throw rod comes up, easy. Just some more pictures of the table that I had built. And again, you don't have to have this, it's just something I put together. And again, some quick dimensions on the how I did it. None of this is rocket science, but it's pretty close to what he did. And again, some more examples of what the bench work looks like. All right, so let's just talk briefly about track and turnout considerations, because that's really what we're getting to. This is what we want to do with it. And again, this is you can see the construction lines, and they're basically center lines of where the track's going to go. And using that AnyRail system, I know exactly where the track is and where the points are going to be. And so I can very quickly lay this stuff out. And the track I'm using, I build all my turnouts with fast track jigs, and I use microengineering flex track for what goes in between. And I know exactly where the turnouts go based upon the design, and I could just sit here and spike everything down. I don't use any glue. There's no glue in anything we've talked about. And again, so here's an example. I put the track down. I've got my construction lines, and I just use regular spikes. And the Luan plywood is soft enough to hold the track in place. And the key thing that I tried to impress upon people is all this track was pre-painted. I airbrush everything before I put it down on the track. I don't go back and do it later, because it's just a mess, and you got overspray everywhere. So track is a model, and I'm painting it. I airbrush it outside. Just take it outside. Flex track too. Get rid of the plastic sheen, and I use the same paint, so it all kind of flows together. And when I'm done, I just need to touch up with a little brush with the same paint, where I've marred it a little bit, where I've put solder or something, but it's always on the back side. And when you're done, I can check this, and with the track work and advantages, I'm not leaning over or reaching over. I'm sitting at a desk while I do this. It's so much easier, and I can flip it around 180 degrees and work from the back side if it's easier. If you have a 6 or 8 foot length, it's harder to do that. And the other thing, because I like doing track work, you don't have to do this. And David Barrow, actually, all his stuff is made out of off the shelf stuff like Atlas track, nothing wrong with it. He wanted to make the hobby more accessible to people, and I applaud him for what he did. But I like to take it a little step further, kind of spice it up. And I just love making doing track work. And rather than building it on the domino, what I do is I use an old piece of Homosote, and I create, if I know I've got 3 or 4 turnouts that are going to be kind of jammed together, I just create it as one unit. and then lay it down on the bench work and things like this. You've got to kind of build it in place. And again, I like doing this, and I do it on this workbench where I've got all my tools. I'm not going all over the place looking for everything. I've got everything right there. And again, these are just techniques that Fast Tracks has come up with. Just neat. That's just something I like to do. And again, I just create one big complex piece of track work that I can then just very quickly spike down on the domino. Again, it just shows you the kind of the completion. Let's talk a little bit about wiring, and this is another reason I love it. Is each module is self-contained, so that if you have a short, you just run. What I'm doing is I run feeder wires between each module. So there's buses that run between these I forget these screws here with the ends, the eye hole screws. And this is just 14 gauge, obviously different colors, red and black I use because you can buy it cheap. It's automotive wire. And so this can be a self-contained unit. So if there's a short, you just unhook it from the other modules next to it with just unhook the feeders, takes no time at all, and find the short. But also when I'm building it, I can very quickly make sure that I don't have a short before I proceed. So I'm not putting in 20 feet of track and then suddenly I'm spending 2 weeks trying to find a short. This way I put it in and I test it. And again, I get to everything. It's so easy. I don't have any solder coming down on my eyes. The other thing too is, again, David Barrow just used ground throws, which is fine. I like push pulls, and these are bullfrogs that I built from kits from Fast Tracks. And rather than using the RC controls, I basically just have 440 piano wire that I use. I thread and so forth. And I'm not doing it underneath the layout. I don't know how many times I've gone to other people's layouts and they're asking me to go fix their switches. And I'm like, I'm too old to go underneath your layouts anymore. So I'm not doing it for them. I'm not doing it for me either. I can put all of these in while I'm sitting at my desk with lots of light, and I got all my tools right there. Very, very comfortable to do. And what happens is you get really efficient by doing it. And again, the wiring, just some more example. This happens to be kind of a off spec. This is 6 foot, but that's for a helix. But I just run the bus wires into these eye hole screws, and then take the other end, and I've got a connection there, and screw it in here. And then from here, there's another module. I just run the feeders. That's the feeder will go there. And there's just feeders running from one to the other, and these very easily disconnect. This stuff's permanent. These feeders just come out, and you can move it, and you don't have to take a bunch of wires out. You're not rewiring everything if you're going to keep the same track work, and you can actually probably keep the same the trunk lines. Just keep them in there and just rebuild it, reuse it. And real quickly here, while we're looking, because we're going to get there, this is how the legs are connected. They're just these bolts, the screws that come through, about 3.5 inches long, with the thumb screw. So I don't even have to get a socket in there or anything. It just hold it, and with a screwdriver, just tighten it down. So that's the wiring. Let's talk about legs. And this is and again, these pictures are from David Barrow's own layout. And sometimes people either like them or they don't. I love this look. It's just, to me, again, it's a personal thing. And it's his idea, and what it is, what it's made out of is the same materials. These cross braces here, at least for mine, it's made of the same thing. This is like a 3.5 by 1/4 inch. And I just make mine out of the same plywood material that I use above. It's so simple. And then the legs, and again, as you can see, you use a lot of legs. We rip these from 2-by material, 2x4s. You get 2 out of a 2x4, or 3 out of a 2x6, and et cetera, et cetera. And you can use a table saw. I think he used a table saw. Most people would, but I use my track saw. I built a bunch of legs using my track saw. It works the same way. And the other thing that's important with the legs is that he's got, and I've done the same thing, is I've got about a 3-inch, I think it's about a 3-inch screw, and you drill a hole a little bit smaller than the screw, and you get these sets that you nail into the bottom, and you thread this thing in, and it's a leveler, and it's got a nut down here. I don't have a picture of it, and you can level it out, and you can do it without any help because each module, like here, this here, above that is one module. So you put the legs on and get it roughly level, and you can move it around yourself. You're not trying to hang it on to the other side, or you don't need help. You can move all these around. It's almost like a piece of furniture, and you just move them wherever you want to. Um, and notice that there aren't any of those kooky. Everybody wants to say, well, you got to have a diamond, you got to have a cross brace, and you really don't. I know I did it in the past, and everybody, well, you got to have a cross brace. This he's done this a bunch of layouts. I've operated it, it works fine, and it's much cleaner, at least to me, without having all that stuff going back and forth. The other thing is, if you have to go under here and do maintenance, there's nothing in the way. Where all the other cross bracing that I've used, everybody else has used, it just gets in the way. You can't get underneath your layout. And again, there's no boxes. It's clean. It's an area conducive to wanting to operate, which is what I really like. Again, this is just a picture of the mass-produced legs. Some of it for the lower levels, the other ones are for taller, and they're all just made out of 2x material, and which is not great material to work with, but the other options nowadays is just too expensive. And in order to keep it from turning into a boomerang, because once you cut the length on some of these 2x4s, it's just construction grade material. It has a tendency of wanting to warp and bend and all that. But if you put these cross braces here, it actually holds it relatively straight. And eventually these are going to go underneath the bench work. And this will all stay actually quite perpendicular just by doing that. He originally had a design where he had another piece up here. He then eliminated it. And I think the reason he did it was he's constantly trying to figure out, how do I remove things that aren't really necessary, get down to the basics. And that's things, the architects talk about, Riley Triggs talk about that too. What can you eliminate without losing anything? And so it's one less step, and all of this just works. And again, I use the track saw to cut the material. And I just make it basically as 1.5 inch by 1.5 inch. A table saw would work for that. If you know somebody, just have them rip down a bunch of 2x. But I did this and it worked just fine. It just takes a while, but all these legs are reusable. And this last thing is a jig that is really just a complete copy of what he did. He had this in an article years ago, and it's a jig for creating all of the legs. And what it is like, normally most of my bench work is 18 inches wide, so this is like 16 inches, I think, whatever. It nestles in the corners of all the bench work, and I create this jig out of 1x3s, so that I just put the post down, and then put this cross brace in, and see how I've got it pre-drilled. It just sits there, and all you got to do is screw it in there. And this one here is if I've got a 24-inch bench work, I would put the rails up there, and I'll just finish up with a couple more pictures. So here it is right here, this jig. And again, it's his idea. I just took it whole cloth. And if you got taller legs, they go up here and here. And it just holds everything perfectly square. This height is always consistent, so you don't have things running up this way and that way. Everything's perfectly level. And by doing that, I just have little simple jigs like this where I'm going to drill the holes. And I just pre-drill everything because I'm using wood skills, countersink it, because it's more kind of like furniture. So I'm trying to make it a little nicer than most people do. And these are just some of the materials that I use. And then that's the jig. And he just hold it there and put the screws in. And again, it's all his idea. And just to finish up, these are just some pictures from his layout. And he holds this together with these cheap 50-cent C clamps. There's no bolts or anything holding the pieces together. He just has basically like right here. It's just one little simple, dollar Harbor Freight C clamp, and he holds it together, and that's just fine. And I plan to do the same thing. I've got some of it already done. And in the corners or on the edges, he has some rails that holds it in place, keeps everything level at a particular size. So anyway, I'm just finishing up. These are just some pictures of what it looks like from below. For me, this is what I like to do. It's easy and shows you how you can do a corner. Not a lot of wiring, not a lot, pretty simple. And that's it. I turn it over to the host.
Bill, that's awesome.
Thank you.
I remember reading about Dave Barrow's modulars or dominoes years ago, and I can't remember where he is. Are you also in Texas?
Yeah, and Speed and I. Well, I know I've been at his layout twice, and when I first saw his mod, when I first saw this back in the '90s, I have kind of a design background, or did at one point, and I was just blown away by it. It was like, oh, he's simplifying it. And so I've been at the layout twice. Speed and I were down there with some other folks operating a couple of years ago. We had a great time, and everything works. And it's just what I liked. It was clean. You go there, the whole room was clean. It's just there to operate, and there's not a lot of clutter. And I really enjoyed that.
His layout is always looks very organized and clean. And I didn't see any structures on yours, and I imagine you have others that are more complete.
Oh,
so
yeah,
you didn't show us any of those completed ones.
No, actually, I should have mentioned it. When we went to, I think the first time we were at David Barrel, and I think it was in Raleigh Triggs, we did it the same trip, and both of them are architects, and we operated for like 3.5 hours, and I walked out and went, and I always look at structures. I look at track and structures on somebody's layout, and I walked out. I thought, there's no structures on those layouts. I didn't even notice it because I was having so much fun operating. So what's going to happen is all my structures are built, and I've got there's room for them with the design. Everything's lined up, so mine will have turnout or structures, prototype structures in the correct place too.
Us architect guys are taking over, so watch out.
Okay.
There's a bunch of questions. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a few of them, maybe out of order, right?
Yeah.
Someone asked, what do you do if you want to do track below scenery, or a scenery below your track?
That's a great question. You can do it. There was in one of the articles he had, he showed how you could do kind of open bench scenery. He had an example of it where you built the box actually sat, say, a foot below the normal track work, whatever it might be. And then you had the typical risers like you'd see it in other type of bench work. So you can do it like if you want to put a bridge in, that sort of thing. But it may not be conducive if you're trying to do the John Allen, you're trying to do the HON3, Durango and whatever. It's not conducive to that. But sometimes if there's a place where, man, there's this bridge, I really want to build it. There is a way of just basically taking the box and putting it down at lower level, and then having the uprights like you would with open grid bench work. So,
actually, that's what I was thinking, that you would use shorter legs and then go from there.
Yep, exactly. Basically, that's it. It's very doable.
And the system you're using, I know yours are about 18 inches by 4 feet. The question is, does it get kind of heavy? I mean, do you take them places?
Yeah, and when I first started looking at this, I'm 67. I can move it, and not only can I move and they're not light, but they're manageable. But not only can I carry it alone, I can carry it downstairs and do it without ruining the track. I mean, I've got finished ones that I take with track, and I've moved them all over the place. If it was 6 foot, it'd be trouble, and 8 foot, you'd need another person. So that's the other reason I do it with a 4 foot. It's just much more manageable.
I love the domino idea. I also was following the sipping and switching, box type of construction where they use thinner material, but they have a two layers of shears panels on there. So, I mean, it's very clever. Another question. I don't know if you can answer this. Do you just use normal scenery techniques? Put your ground foam or whatever, your earth down
Yeah,
and ballast.
yeah, yeah. You could use it. I mean, if you want to do ballast and all that, you could. And he had a set of articles. He did an MR where he modified it. He had like an L-shaped layout, and I think instead of the Luan, he had like 1/4 inch homosode or something, and he carved it out so that the roadbed sat up a little bit, and then he had the flat areas where you'd have yards and so forth, and you could use just standard scenery techniques there
Yep,
with
yep.
ground foam and trees. Um, but so there, as long as again, if you're within like basically 75 feet in either direction of a center line, the railroads are really flat. Everybody thinks there's these huge mountains. Or no, railroads go where it's flat, and within the right of way, it's relatively flat. And so that's all I'm building is basically the right of way, and that's going to be flat. And you could contour it, and you could definitely do some cedar if you wanted to.
Gotcha. Um, Someone asked, well, a couple of things, but the key advantages I think you've touched on, but what kind of modeler do you think this assists most? I mean, what kind of person would benefit from this? And I think that you answered this in your presentation, but I'm curious to hear it again.
Yeah, it's what I keep last year Riley Triggs was on your program, and what I just loved about it was, and I've met him, he's a wonderful guy. If he hears this, thank you very much for hosting it. But he really talks about, hey, I've got a life, I've got work, I've got a family, I got limited time, and I just want to run. And that's what this is all about. It's like I don't have time to build the John Allen layout or the Franklin and South Manchester, whatever. I just want to run trains, and this is going to get me up and running faster. So it's somebody that wants to operate, has limited time, but it's also really conducive to what I'm seeing now, which I'm excited about. These smaller switching layouts that people are doing. It's perfect for that. And it's reusable. You get tired of something, you rip off the top, train board, put some new stuff down, and build another layout.
Gotcha. Earlier today, the presenters were doing T-track and other kind of things where there's a lot of scenery, and you could do that on these too. But I was amused that you didn't even notice that there were no buildings on David's layout.
And I love structures. I mean, I'll look at somebody's track, and I love structures. I look at and literally we were there. We walked out. It was probably 4 hours later, and went. Not only were there no structures, these guys are architects. You'd think they'd know, and it didn't even miss it because you're so focused. It's like playing chess. You're so focused on moving the cars around, what's there. What the industry is. I didn't even need to see a cardboard box representing it. I knew what was going on.
Well, you and I are about the same age, so you probably remember David's early Cat Mountain,
Yep.
under catenary, right? And that
Yeah.
was very, very detailed and had a lot of buildings. So he kind of went completely into operations, right?
Yeah. And yeah. And it's kind of a simplified. It's not for everybody. I'm not trying to convince that this is what everybody should do. But I think there's a minority of railroaders going, you know what? I just want to operate. And what he did for me was say, hey, Bill, if you don't want to do ballast, because I hate doing ballast, I'm not going to do it again. If you just want to do this, guess what? It's okay. It's your railroad. Go have fun. And it's almost what there's guys that do slot cars apparently still. They'll set up
we don't talk
different
about that.
layouts, and after 4 months they get tired. They go do something else. And that's kind of what this is like.
I wrote down a bunch of notes of things that I thought were really interesting. The Festool, right, or Makita type of systems that you use.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there were all sorts of additional things that you could get from Craig that helped you square up things, as well as the pocket tool. Those are really cool. Thank you for sharing those. I also noticed that you use an eye bolt to help strain relief all of your bus wires. And I'd not seen that before, but that's very clever.
Yeah, and I think that again, it's David Barrow's idea. He had that in a way earlier article. I don't think he does it now, but he used the eye bolt, and I saw that, and went, "Oh, this is genius."
Yeah.
And then because then at that point, I mean, I've carried my finished modules around almost under my arm, all the wiring, all the turnout controls, and not end the turnout, nothing gets broken. And
Right.
that's really his idea, and I just took it and really made it standardized. So I know I only need one screwdriver. If I go underneath there, I have the same kind of screws, same screwdriver, because I hate looking for what is this? Is it a 4 millimeter? Is it 17?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, two more things before I ask you the one that really was on my mind. But you standardize on black and red for your bus wires. I think
Yeah.
standardization is super cool. I mean, it's really important. Anybody who's wired a big layout or any size layout, it's easier to troubleshoot for sure. And then you couldn't remember the name of the T nut that goes in the bottom of the legs, but drilling that out and popping in that T nut, that's amazing. I think a lot of people do that. You're using it more in a home layout situation, right?
Yeah. And what I do is I just kind of find the center of the 1.5 by 1.5, and you can buy these relatively inexpensive, $30 or so, these dowel jigs at any woodworking place or online, and you just find this center, and it's like a jig. It holds the driver and say 3/8. You put the appropriate drill in, you just drill the hole out. I mean, it's so simple, and then you screw that in. You don't need a whole bunch of stuff other than a dowel jig. For $30, you're in business. You can do all this all day long.
Speaking of dowels and jigs, you mentioned just using C-clamps to hold the dominoes together, but a lot of guys would say, well, I want something that's more permanent, like a dowel or some of these metal furniture connections, right?
Yeah. Well,
but
I've thought about
huh?
that. Yeah, the furniture connections, the metal ones. I know the guys in Dallas that have the narrow gauge, and they would put up their layout 3 or 4 times a year. They use these really expensive joiners, but they had like 4 modules, or like 4 joints with 5 modules. They could afford to do it. I'm going to have over 60 modules. I can't, and so I can't afford to do that. So again, he uses C clamps, and I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. I literally, the first thing I did when I went to his layout the first time, it was a convention. I got down on the ground. He said he's got C clamps, and there were no screws. There was nothing. But
you've got a lot of legs, right? I mean, that's
a lot of legs. However,
yeah.
I'm thinking of actually working on that. I probably will, and sometimes use dowels, a 1/2 inch dowel or 3/8 inch dowel, and at either end, just get a dowel jig and drill them in straight from one end to the other, and just put dowels in just to hold it there until you get everything leveled up.
Gotcha.
So I may do that, but again, he shows you really don't need to do it. He just kind of keeps it simple.
I'm going to ask you my last question, and then we're going to run to the breakout room at werribee.com at OMRG, right? And hopefully other people will join us and ask some more questions. So I'll join you in there. But something to think about is modular units often have some sort of connection where the rails meet. Otherwise, when you move things, they have a tendency to snag and meet. So I would just want you to think about that, and we're going to meet over in the chat.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take it away, Brad.
welcome back to NMRAx, your best programming for online train meets. So our next presenter is the Special Interest Group representative for the American Civil War Historical Society with a talk on how to railfan the 1860s. He models the United States military railroads operations in Alexandria, Virginia in late 1862 to early 1863 in N scale, and is a retired lieutenant colonel and senior analyst from the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He is also an operator from Bernie Kempinski's O-scale USMRR Aquiline. Please welcome Joel Salmons.
Well, thank you very much, even though I did have to slip in on Bernie's name. Since he's a good master model railroader, I had to get that in. Well, good afternoon, all. What you're looking at right here is a picture of Alexandria, and this picture is in the collections of the Library of Congress. It is a photograph of Alexandria, and it is taken in the mid-1860s, and it shows a rather peaceful day with the city in the background. It is a TIFF file, which, for anybody who wants to know, is a tag image file format. It takes the raster files and it stores a lot of pixels. And that's really, really good, because when you store a lot of pixels, you can go in and you can take these images and you can blow them up. And that's one of the things we're going to kind of talk about today. We're also going to talk about where to find information on model railroading in the 1860s. And we'll talk a little bit about the U.S. military railroad. And I'll also mention some other sources. After this presentation, I will go to the Facebook page sometime later today, and I will put in a list of sources where you can find information on railroading in the 1860s. The internet has made it ever so much easier than back when Edwin Alexander wrote his book on how to build your brass O-scale locomotive starting with a bar of brass. So things have come a long way in modeling. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, this right here is my first interpretation of the scene you just saw. It is Alexandria. It is immensely compressed. I took out whole blocks of things and just modeled a couple of features from the town. This layout was up at NMRA, I think 2012 in Atlanta is where I actually put this at an NMRA show. It is at this moment completely disassembled, and I am going to show you today things that I'm getting ready to enhance this layout and more fully model the U.S. military railroad operations in Alexandria. And at the same time, I'll talk about how I found the information and all of the other people that get involved in helping, which are in our SIG online group, which is at Groups.io, Civil War Railroads. We are essentially a group, a SIG group that's free to join. We do ask once a year that everybody chip in a little money to the site moderator to pay for our file storage, because we store a lot of photographs at Groups.io. Next slide, please. At many conventions, you will see me sitting up in the SIG room in front of our large panel in which we discuss the various scales that people model and the various model railroads for the Civil War. And usually in front of those, I have our special interest group T-track layout, which are modules made up by our various members depicting various parts of the Civil War that they're interested in. Now, a lot of these models are HO, or in the case of Bernie Kopinski, O-scale modules. modelers, but they did an N-scale module just because I find it's always fun to have something moving in front of you. This also points out some of the availability of materials. We have 3D prints, which is the Pennsylvania 1858 passenger car, which was modernized in the 1860s with a clear story, a box car, which is also a 3D print, and a locomotive that came from Microtrains, and Microtrains also makes cars. Wooden kits are made by Bill's Train Service. And so there is ready availability in HO, O, and N for cars. Locomotives are always going to be fun to find. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, this flat slide is depicting my two primary sources and kind of gives an idea how to use them. At the Library of Congress, you can go into their photograph collection and you can ask for very specific things. In this case, I ran a very simple search. It was called Alexandria, and I date stamped it into the 1860s, from 1860 to 1869. And you get a large group of pictures which are brought forward. Now, the reason I kind of want to talk to this right here is that when you get ready to go in to look at it, you can look at them in a TIFF format. Now, the TIFF format is very good. It's usually very large. It's usually way over 100 megs for these pictures. And the reason that these files are very large is that the photographs were made using the Culloden process. The Culloden process is a dye process, and it really produces an image that you can blow up and see detail like you could see almost on a microdot. The images can be expanded and expanded, and they don't pixelate. So when you find a good clear Culloden, you can find tiny details in the background that will fill your screen, and you'll learn other things about what's going on when you look at these. So it's almost like standing in a place looking at something today. And that makes it very good for rail fanning. Now, the picture on the left is Fort Ellsworth. Now, we'll see this photograph again in just a minute. On the right, we're over in the National Archives, and this search was run on U.S. Military Railroad information. In the National Archives, the U.S. Military Railroad information is in Records Group 92, Quartermaster. Now, in Records Group 92, Quartermaster, the U.S. Military Railroad was assigned because it's a subset of the Quartermaster Corps. General David McCollum, at the end of the Civil War in 1865, he's the superintendent, was charged with disposing of the U.S. Military Railroad property and reestablishing the rail lines in the South, which meant they were finding sources of funds and those things to transfer the equipment from the U.S. Military Railroad into the Southern rail lines. At the end of this period, in 1866, he collected all of the records he could get his hands on, boxed them up, and sent them to the Quartermaster files. In the 20th century, all of the older Quartermaster records were turned over to the National Archive. So there's about 11 to 12 feet of records. The records that are on file are incredible. They have daily operations reports. They have the telegraphs coming back and forth for train orders and operations. When Bernie Kopinski was analyzing these, he noticed that almost all of them had a number 34 on them. The reason was in the 1860s, when they telegraphed operations orders out to a station, the comeback was 34, Rule 34. Rule 34 was send back what you got to make sure that they had positive communications. The example that's shown right here is a book of charges to the U.S. Military Railroad, which are essentially the accounts payable. I'm just starting into there. It'll tell me a lot about who the vendors were supporting the U.S. military railroad. Next slide, please. Now, these are two of the records. We'll start off taking a good solid look at the left one. That's the Orange and Alexandria line, the irregular timetable, and it goes out to Union Mills. So this is one of the periods in which the Army was operating on the peninsula, and the Army line was in fact out at Union Mills. On the bottom of the document, you find it is signed by David C. McCollum, who was a colonel at that time, Herman Halp, who it was offered a commission as a brigadier general, as a good West Point grad, and when he came back in the Army, I don't think he ever really signed that commission, but we'll give him the credit and call him General Halp anyway. General Halp made himself very famous. He wrote a book after the war. And J.R. Devereux. Devereux is the superintendent of operations. Technically, McCollum is the superintendent of all U.S. military railroads, and Halp is actually construction and transportation. Only if you work at the Pentagon, you can understand that you can have a colonel overseeing something, and you can have a general over here running it. It's interesting, but that's the way it is. And it gives you kind of the scheduled operations going on. Gives you an idea about the time it took to get from station to station, those things, all of which are really good when you operate. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, on the right is a car report, and this car report is dated from September 1863. I've looked at a block of them, but I find this one interesting because on this one, when we go across the top line on there, we will see the various types of cars that they have. You will see box cars, you will see flat cars. Interestingly, in 1863, you will see cabooses. You have 9 cabooses. I always thought the word was coined later, but I think this is probably the oldest reference I find to use of the word caboose instead of conductor's car or something else. The next car over is wrecking. Now, having read the report before, the car that was in that column was baggage car. So I kind of went, so they decided they didn't need it, so they used it for something else. Then the next line you see are passenger cars. The last line are stock cars. You'll notice they don't have very many stock cars. And I was kind of wondering about that because I knew that there had been a couple of times in which large movements of cattle were done. Turned out when you actually reread those, they loaded the cattle on flat cars and built a temporary pen around it when they did that. When I went looking for photo evidence of the stock cars, I generally find the stock cars connected to work trains. And it suddenly dawned on me that the stock cars are probably being used to carry oxen out to the work site, because Devereux mentions in a couple of his papers, I'm really having a hard time keeping my oxen herd up. Oxen, of course, being the heavy movers of the day. So I kind of think those cars were more for internal use rather than the general's horse or some other things I see. Most cattle and those things were moved by herd out to it. The only large movement that I really know of was when the Army was relocating and they needed to move thousands of heads to get them on boats to go down to fight on the peninsula. Now then, as you go down this item, you notice in the columns below, cars are being taken away. You have damaged, you have destroyed, as they're accounting things. You then all of a sudden see under passenger, 2 to the hospital and 2 to the medical department. You find above that, you find 2 boxcars are assigned to the hospital and 16 are assigned to office cars. It was at that time, when I was reading this, a light came on. This was actually just a few months ago. I remember seeing what I thought was a lot of cabooses or conductors' cars or that sitting on sidings. I suddenly realized those are office cars, and they're being used probably as telegraph offices because they're always sitting right next to a telegraph pole. So that was how they communicated with their work trains in the field and set up. And then they were also used for the Construction and Transportation Corps. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, I take this and we're going to use this kind of as a car spotting guide as we go along. And we're going to go look for one particular car in here. We're going to go look to see if we can find one of those hospital cars. And I think we will later in the day. Next slide, please. Just keep your mind on this one. Now, this is another interesting artifact. It is in the Library of Congress. And I lived for 20 years in Alexandria, and there's a copy of that in their historical collections. The top one, I believe, is actually over at the Lyceum for a while, and it just shows sort of the U.S. military railroad section of the quartermaster. And then below that, I've added one other picture that I wanted to do today, and that's going to be the rail transportation dock that was put in Alexandria and went into operation somewhere around 1863. Unfortunately, I did not have a color one of that. I just had the picture I'd snapped at the open map collection, but that kind of goes all the way over to the left. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oops, I think we just went ahead to, there we go. So what I've done here is I've gone in to the Library of Congress, and I've pulled out a lot of photographs. Now these photographs are now marked to the map, so we can sort of see what the various elements in Alexandria looked like. And let's go to the next slide, please. Now, our first stop is going to be at the Alexandria, Loudon, and Hampshire Railroad Shops and Station, which we're taking over. There's a lovely sign, if you blow that picture up, says Quartermaster Office, and lists the regular Army captain that's found on the left of this. Now, this photograph is kind of good because it shows a lot of flat cars. Let's take a look at let's blow that picture up and see what we see. Next slide, please. Now, this photograph is attributed to November 1862. So in November 1862, the train load of flat cars has been brought to the station and is sitting right next to the station. And it sits there. And you notice that what the cargo on those flat cars are is in fact a pontoon train. So these are the pontoon boats that are en route to General Burnside's. He needs them very bad in November, and he gets them in December. And we all know how that battle came out. So the cars are sitting there. The pontoons are sitting in the rail yard, waiting transshipment. Now, transshipment in this time means the cars are going to be taken over to a wharf and then loaded on another boat and then moved down to the Aquia area to a wharf called Burnside's Wharf and be offloaded and then put on wagons and hauled up to Fredericksburg. And it's a very slow process. At the same time, also going through the yard there is all of the feed for the animals, all of the food for the men, all of the sundry supplies, all of the ammunition, all of that stuff is also going through there. And those actually prioritized over the movement of the pontoons. So they sat there. Next slide, please. Now we're getting down to one of the major commodities. We're looking at the hay barns. Now, it is interesting that as I've gone along, I found many shots of the hay and grain storage area. You notice that the hay and grain storage area is serviced by 3 tracks going into it, which would indicate alone that it's very important. You will notice that there are tracks going into the building. And we'll take a look at that in a little bit. And then it's kind of interesting also when you think about those tracks going into the building, that they're all carrying boxcars. So that would kind of indicate that those are grain, because you have a lot of hay and grain. Now, what's actually going on in the logistics channel that drives this is that when you move the Army of the Potomac into an area and they go out in the field to forage, all the forage is gone in about 1 day. So you have tremendous demand on moving forage to the troops. And the mix of forage is horses get grain and hay, mules get a higher proportion of hay, and cattle get hay. Now, we're feeding the cattle because we have to keep the cattle are slaughtered and dressed on site for issue to the troops. So you have the cattle herd is brought forward and stays with the Army, which is the second time we kind of gone into that. Let's take a look here. The next slide, please. Now, in this slide, we sort of see a lot of the operational elements of the hay barn. On the left is the office building. In front of it is a scale. When you blow this picture up, you see it's a pretty standard Fairbanks Marsh wagon scale, or Fairbanks at that time, I think, scale. And they are receiving, of course, hay in this location and paying for it. They are also packing it, and they are also storing it. Also on the map behind it are the sinks. What are the sinks? That's the gang. That's the term for a gang outhouse in the Civil War. So when you see a map of the Civil War area and you see the word sink, realize that's the pit toilet. So let's take a look at 2 weeks of rail operations for the U.S. Military Railroad. There are 665 subsistence. There are 662 grain, and there's 473 hay. So there is a quarter again as much tonnage going to feed the animals as to feed the soldiers. 454 of sundries, 149 of troops, 336 of wood, 150 of gravel, and a total of 3,326. So if you take that number and you take that time period and figure an average train is going to be about 15 cars long, you can get an idea of how many trains were operated during that period. Let's go to the next slide, please. Let's go inside the building. Now, as we come into the building, we see that that you have a large open area, and you will see hay bales. Hay bales at this time are about 4 times larger than the hay bales that I bucked when I was a kid out in New Mexico. They weigh about 500 pounds each. There is in the historic engineering documents at the Library of Congress is a press, and it shows how they made these hay bales. It's a large A-frame structure with a big screw, and you have a mule walking in circles, and it compacts it, and then they pack it up. and loaded up. And each one of those bales is going to be just about a wagon load of hay. So those are stored there. You see inside here the type and nature of the people. You see soldiers, and you see the employed people inside this area. I assume you may actually have some U.S. colored troops in this facility as well, because the U.S. colored troops initially were used very heavily in support of quartermaster operations. That all kind of changed with the 54th's famous operation at Fort Wagner, and that was you start finding the colored troops used more and more in a combat role. But initially, as people were coming in, as they were being hired and put to work in the labor units for the Civil War. It's a fascinating subject when you for separate study. The U.S. Military Railroad also had a very, very large group of freedmen working in their construction gangs, which were essential for keeping the railroad operational. Now, the training received from the U.S. Military Railroad later was probably used to great advantage in the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. You had a lot of well-trained crews were put together during these military operations, and a lot of the U.S. Military Railroad personnel went to work for other railroads after the war, to include the Transcontinental. Let's go on to the next slide, please. And this is a shot outside, just so you get an idea of what those hay loads look like. That's pretty much a 2.5. It's actually over the roof of the hay barn in the lower right picture. Has the hay stacked up over the roof. The hay is transported on boats down to Aquia. It was not transshipped on the railroad. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, this picture is I find to be a very fascinating photograph. This photograph was taken by Captain Andrew Russell. Captain Andrew Russell is the first official U.S. Army photographer. I think he was probably hired by Halp, and you'll see evidence of that in a moment, originally, who wanted photo documentation of some of his ideas and contributions. Well, Captain Russell climbed up to the top of the tower at which is the building in the lower left. It's Pioneer Mills, and he took a series of bird's eye views. Now, you may be familiar with Andrew Russell because he became really probably one of the greatest railroad photographers of the 1860s. Matter of fact, the picture at Promontory Point was made by Andrew Russell, the one with the two locomotives facing off. The man knew how to stage a photograph, and he does that for help several times. Let's go to the next photograph, please. So as we climb up into the bird's eye view, and those are the pictures he took, they were these photographs were put together. I think Bernie Kopinski did the photoshopping to put them together, and it'll kind of roll up a lot of the things we were looking at. You have the Alexandria, Loudon, and Hampshire Terminal on the left. You have the gas works, and you have the U.S. Military Railroad hay wharf, all located in here. The Union Street line is unfortunately not well pictured here until the spur comes out to go into the hay wharf, because it's on the other side of the warehouses you see in this photograph. Let's go down and look a little bit closer at the docks, though. Next slide, please. As we come into here, you see the types of warehouses that are very common in Alexandria, and I modeled several of those. A couple of them the plans are actually in the Library of Congress historical building collection. And several of these buildings still stand to this day, though somewhat modified over time. You see the type of nature, you see that there's a lot more two-masted schooners operating on the river. And all of these buildings are warehouses. Now, on the quartermaster map, they color code the warehouses as to what they were using the warehouses for. I find that to be kind of interesting because you kind of figure out what kind of cargo would be coming out of those. And in the background, you can see again the hay wharf. Next slide, please. What we're looking at here was a document that I found in the National Archives, and it is a report by Herman Haupt to Secretary of the Army, and it essentially is a cost-benefit analysis. And it's probably one of the first cost-benefit analysis that I've seen that was submitted to the department for additional funding. Having worked as a senior budget analyst in international and contingency, I've seen a few of these, but this is probably the oldest, and he wrote it very well. On the right-hand side are a series of photographs that I had seen earlier and had separately seen those because they're in the Library of Congress. I then suddenly realized that these photographs probably accompanied this report and are talking about how efficient his new idea for transshipping cars from Alexandria to the Aquia docks without breaking bulk. And the reason I think these are connected because in this photo, in the middle and the bottom photograph, there's only one track going to barges, and he mentions in the report that he only has one track in operation at this moment, but he will have three. So that's, I found that to be kind of interesting. So that kind of dated, I think, this, so they kind of relate. Next slide, please. So the rail operations move from Alexandria and they go to Aquia, where you see the counterparting dock on that. We're going to come back to this picture in just a second. I just wanted to kind of let you see how the operation went from Alexandria down here. But let's go back to rail fanning in Alexandria. Next slide, please. Now, this is an interesting photograph, and this is my segue into using the TIFF files. This picture right here is the one that we looked at first at the Library of Congress. And it's called Fort Ellsworth because the photographer was taking a picture of Fort Ellsworth, which is up on top of the hill. And I had paid very little attention to it because it was Fort Ellsworth and I was looking at a whole page of pictures. And then later I came back to it and suddenly realized, I said, well, there's some cars back there. Let's go in and take a look at those. Next slide, please. Well, there's our first rail fanning find. And that was my very first find, which was finding the baggage car from the Orange and Alexandria converted to the wrecking car. And it's sitting in the yard in Alexandria. I had seen this photograph many times, but when I started looking at it, when they finally uploaded a TIFF image and I could blow it up and I could read what it said, it clearly says wrecking car. Now, the flat car in front of it is a flat car that usually stayed with it. It has a ramp on it. It also has a beam crane laying flat down in it. We'll see it again later. But this just kind of confirms the information in the 1863 report. And that means this photograph was taken after September 1863, because prior to that, it was listed as a baggage car. Next slide, please. This is an overview shot of the Army transfer dock taken a little bit later in the war. But in this case, this just shows all three of the tracks in use on the dock. And I'll be a son of a gun, but if you look on that dock, it's the wrecking car getting ready to be loaded out to go down to Aquia. So that led me to question at that point, wrecking car, is that being used to take up tracks or to repair? We'll find out in a little bit, I guess. Next slide, please. Now we're back, and we're going to take a look at the Aquia landing line, and let's take a look and see what we can learn about operations there. We have on the left of the picture, just below the center line, we see a loaded car barge carrying boxcars. Right at the point where the transfer is at, you see a car barge loaded with flat cars offloading flat cars, which led me to kind of wonder if they kind of when they were doing the break bulk, loaded the barges up with all cars of one type, which I imagine would probably be good because that would have kept the barge probably better balanced than loading it with multiple types of cars carrying different weight, because you kind of have to keep these barges, I think, fairly stable because you're operating close to the shores of a river. The channel is deep, but when you get close to the shores, they shoal rather quickly. So you see several barges. You see an empty barge right next to the barge with the boxcars on it. That leads me to suspect that the boxcars there are getting ready to go back to Alexandria to be reloaded. I think the cars came down, moved out, were emptied out at the front, came back, got reloaded, went back to the quartermaster depot and got reloaded and retranshipped. I will continue looking at the records a little more for that. I know the car reports and the car loading reports exist. And that'll probably be my next physical trip to the archives, because I don't think they've digitalized that yet. Let's go back to Alexandria. Next slide, please. We're now getting ready to leave Union Street. Access to Union Street was through the Wilk Street Tunnel. The Wilk Street Tunnel still exists. The Wilk Street Tunnel is a bike path. In 2002, as I was getting close to retiring from the Army, I started riding my bike every afternoon after working at AMC, starting to disengage a little bit for the last couple of weeks. And I would go through this tunnel and I would make a right and go past a thing called Fort Rogers, which is where you just saw the guns a minute ago. And I would go out to Mount Vernon, riding down the bicycle route 1 down the parkway. And one day I started kind of wondering about it. And I finally stopped and read the sign and heard about the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, which had built this tunnel. Now, today, this tunnel still exists. The major difference in this, from this photograph to today, is the ashlar rock has been finished across the tunnel. There aren't train tracks in it anymore. It's a bike path. The house and the gas light behind it are still there, part of historic Alexandria. So that building is still there. And the brick building on the left, the wooden shed building's gone. And the street's been finished over it. So this scene still existed. And that was when I started my interest in modeling and in moving back in time. Let's go up the track there to our next stop, which is going to be the Alexandria Yard and Roundhouse. Now we're going to take several views of the yard in a second, but this here is a Rogers locomotive. It is named at this time for general help. So this identifies it. This photograph is being taken before he resigns and goes back to his tunnel engineering company. It kind of puts it, though, in almost immediately before that, because the cupola has been finished. Now, this cupola is very important for our next series of photographs. So let's go to the next slide, please. We're now up in that cupola. And of course, good Captain Russell climbed up there and took his camera and gives us panoramic shots all around the rail yard. And in this photograph, we find a line of passenger cars. As you blow those up, one of them is clearly marked hospital car. So that's the second rail finding thing. We now know what the hospital car looked like. We know how many windows it had. We know lots of details about it. The one thing we don't know about it is what color it really was, because it's a Culloden print, and Culloden does not record color in any meaningful way, because Culloden sees ultraviolet and doesn't see the certain spectrums in yellow and red. It'll read bright yellow as jet black. So you always have trouble. I assume that the car is a somewhat lighter colored car. We assume it is going to be an ochre or a buff color, I think, is what most people depict these cars in. The cars also carry a nice Union Eagle portrait on the centers of them for the railroad. In the back, you see boxcars, and then behind that, you see a line of stored engines. The U.S. Military Railroad, when it first got started, acquired a lot of engines before. And by the way, I must apologize. The HALP is a Mason engine. It's a Mason engine. I don't know why I said Rogers. It's a Mason. But they acquired quite a few locomotives at their very beginning because they needed the power. These were oftentimes the ones that the other railroads wanted to sell. So they were older and that. Those are now stored in a dead line at the back. You can tell a lot about boxcar details. You can tell a lot about trucks, which are laying on the track. Next slide, please. And as we come to the next slide, we'll find the hospital car, the boxcar that went to the medical service. It's marked hospital on it. And I'm watching out of the corner of my eye. I'm waiting for the presentation to catch up. And now we're moving to the last slide, which is getting ready to depart Alexandria. And we will move out we'll move out into the countryside. In this shot, you see flat cars, box cars. It's a wealth of detail for cars. Oh, by the way, we know what the numbers of the cars were. There are in the records. I have pictures of pages of flat car numbers, box car numbers, stock car numbers. So we actually know what in general they are. Now then, what we don't know is exactly how they're painted. You will find on U.S. military railroads, sometimes they would put the USMRR on the right side, and sometimes they would put it on the left side, and the number. And at one point, I thought that was because of doors, and a couple of occasions, it just didn't work out. It was whatever the painter decided to do, I guess, when he did that. So let's go to the next slide, please. Now we're out on the line, and we find right here the wreck train at work cleaning up. So that was what told me that the wrecking train car and the other, and it's and you'll see the boom erected on the car, and you'll see the ramp that was in the picture laid down on the track, because what they're recovering after the wreck, they're not picking up all those busted up pieces of wood, but they're taking all of the iron and recovering it. They're recovering the trucks and the wheels and rolling those up. That's what they want to recover. They can make another boxcar really quick. They have huge wood shops and a massive amount of carpenters to rebuild the cars. But what they needed was the ironwork, which was far more expensive. Additionally, the orange in Alexandria, it probably also worked a little bit as wrecking, because as they pulled back, in a minute, as they pulled back from areas, the orange in Alexandria went out to Culpeper, it went out to Brandy Station. It would come back when the Army changed operations. They recovered all of the track. They put the iron back when they moved back into an area. So there was also a lot of recovery. Let's go to the next slide, which is Brandy Station, which is the end of the line. It's going to be the end of my talk today, but we'll take a couple of looks at Brandy Station. We have here several drawings of buildings that are there. We have the actual Brandy Station. This is where the cavalry battle took place in 1864, in the winter of 1864. The Union occupied Brandy Station, and most supplies went up to Culpeper. Brandy Station did have supplies because a part of the Army was up there, but more of it, I think, was back at Culpeper. Next slide, please. This right here gives you an idea of an operational forward stop on the railroad, what it looked like when they were supplying the troops. The supplies of bread, which are boxed and wax covered, and barrels of food are stored outside or loosely covered. Desiccated vegetables and those things are stored inside tents. So we have the setup at Brandy Station. You can see kind of how the tracks are arranged. You can see the station in the background that we just talked about. Next slide, please. And here we have a nice close-up shot of Brandy Station, the building. So if you're modeling this, it gives you a good idea. The building was expanded by the traditional way. They started with a smaller building and then built a larger building kind of around it. It's always fascinating watching that happen. Sort of like if you go to Mount Vernon, they tell you how Washington added to the original one-story building to make Mount Vernon. Next slide, please. And this is a little bit closer view, taken at probably about the same time, but it shows the siding and how cars are being offloaded. It shows how temporary roads are put over the tracks to make it easy for wagons to get back and forth. All things that help when you're modeling details. Next slide, please. And this concludes my talk. And I am available to answer your questions right now, if we have any.
Well, that was a really great presentation. I really enjoyed that. And we do have a couple of questions here from the chat and us at the NMRAx team. So, what types of locomotives would most likely have been used to switch out the hay facilities and other industries around Alexandria?
There is in the background of the shots with help is a 440 that has specifically been modified for switching the dock areas. The large cow catcher that you see is removed. The front beam has a series of various height, link, and pin couplings. If you recall, also when you are looking at the picture of the Wilk Street Tunnel, the locomotive Senator actually has a backup light on it.
Ah, fascinating.
Okay, now the backup light is probably the forward light, but there is a platform that has been fixed on the back to attach the lantern to for when it's operating backwards. In those days, oil's expensive. And those are oil lights. So it's taken off and moved to the back so you can operate it in the back, which means they probably operated those docks well after dark. Additionally, you have to remember those docks were gaslit. There is a operational gaswork in Alexandria, and all the area along Union Street, as I pointed out when we were going to Wilk Street, it's the first good shot I have of one of the lampposts. But the area was lit. It was lit by coal gas. Talk about an environmental problem today. The way I found out about it was I asked a question: why is there a boom on the Potomac River at the edge of the park? And the answer from the guy was, oh, that's because the coal tar is still leaking out from the old gas plant. So gone but not forgotten.
And so for images like you presented, how would you recommend finding these?
You go to they're available at the Library of Congress. They're available in the National Archives. The Library of Congress is very easy to find the photographs. You go into the Library of Congress, you go to their photo archives, and you can type a very specific. You can say U.S. Military Railroad, USMRR, which are how the photographs are in there. It'll pull some in. But you also have to kind of look geographically, because I wouldn't have found that first shot of the wrecking car if I wasn't actually searching on Alexandria and I saw a picture of Fort Ellsworth, and I looked at it and all of a sudden realized in the background there's a car. So, but I think the first few times I'd seen it was years ago when they're just small JPEG files. COVID was good for the archives. A lot of photographs went into high density 100 meg, were reshot into 100 meg format. So you can go in and you blow that picture up. Matter of fact, actually the picture of Fort Ellsworth, I've blown that up about 1/2. It's a much smaller shot, the original, with the car in it. So, but it becomes very easy to model at that time. You have enough information. And it's easy to operate. For God's sakes, the operational manual of the U.S. Military Railroad is 8 pages long, and it's available on the SIG website.
Very nice. And so immediately after the Civil War ended, or after most of the troop movements ended and the military forces were recalled, how did the operations on these rail lines change?
The operations were returned to the Board of Utilities of the states. And the Board of Utilities had to set up operational companies for them. The Civil War was very expensive for business in the South. The South ended up, at the end of the war, its rail plant was worn out. Its equipment was worn out. However, there were some types of things done. The U.S. Military Railroad had an engine house in Alexandria that was capable of storing a lot of locomotives. One of the things that was parked there was locomotives to some broader gauge for operation on the Southern railroads. Now, some people will say, well, the North had the advantage, they had standard. The North did not have standard. McCollum had been on the Erie Railroad, which was broad gauge, okay, before he came to the U.S. Military Railroad. And so all of these locomotives were worked out with packages to move them south, to get communications south. It's all really, the South is under reconstruction. The military's running it, but we have to get the economy going down there because you got to be able to move food around. They've got to be able to get products to the ports to sell, or the economy will never start again. So these railroads, all of the property of the U.S. Military Railroad was disposed of back to generally the South. That's where they were sold.
Well, thank you for that truly amazing presentation. And for all of our wonderful viewers, don't forget to go and check out the breakout rooms at werby.com/OMRG.
Okay, and I will head over there in just a second if anybody wants to ask more questions. Thank you.
And welcome back. I am Jacob Wright, and I will be your host for this clinic. Our next clinician has been an NMRA member since 1980. He has held numerous positions at division and regional levels and is currently a member of the NMRA's board of directors. He earned his MMR in 2007, and his first achievement program certificate was Chief Dispatcher. Please welcome Bob Weinheimer.
Well, thank you for the introduction. Yes, I did earn my first certificate as in operations, and here we go. We'll talk about the evolution of how my operating scheme has developed over 40 years. Um, Here's a little bit about what we're going to talk about. Of course, I'll talk about the layout concept, what I'm trying to accomplish here. We'll talk about some of the early years of the layout, moved a couple times, and then for the last many years, it's been in what I call a permanent home, as permanent as anything can be in our life. I'll talk about car fleet expansion and having to add to staging. We'll talk about industrial development and fiddle staging and more staging. We'll talk about how we've changed some of the paperwork we use and how we've changed the dispatching methods. And you can already see that I think the subtitle for this clinic is, "This is what happens when you don't stop buying cars." The Pennsylvania Southern is an HO scale freelance railroad. In my mind, it runs between Pittsburgh and the Deep South uh, with a termination point in Chattanooga. But I've only got the space to do a small portion of that, unfortunately. And so that's the part that's in Pennsylvania. What I've done is I've appropriated from those Pennsy guys the Pennsylvania Railroad Chartiers branch from Pittsburgh to Washington. It was a branch line. It was not one of their big main lines, and unless you're a Pennsy fan, you probably never heard of it. South of Washington, we acquired the Waynesburg and Washington narrow gauge, standard gauge that straightened it out a little bit, and that gets us to Waynesburg, and that's as far as the model goes. It's a single track railroad with 3 passing sidings. We have a lot of industry. There's a fair bit of overhead traffic, as you'll see. And forever in my basement, it is 1980. Well, why 1980? Well, that's when I started building the railroad. It was the modern day, the latest and greatest was out the window. And just as folks today look at GEVOs, I looked at SD40-2s and GP50s. It was the peak of the incentive per diem car and rail box use era. That came to a screeching halt in 1982 with the economic downturn of that year. Out on the railroad, GP50s and GP38-2s were the brand new things. SD50s, GP60s, SD60s, they were all in the future. The merger mania of the 1980s and the next decade had not yet happened. The Norfolk Southern was not yet the merged railroad we know of today. CSX, I'm a little fuzzy on this one. I think the company may have been formed, but their operations certainly weren't. They were still very much separate in 1980. The Union Pacific had not started buying up everything else that said Pacific in its name, and certainly the BNSF merger had not happened. Looking back on 1980, I see it as kind of a sweet spot, kind of a lull before the storm in many ways. The railroad uses NCE DCC. I got a couple of the big programmable throttles and a number of the smaller 06 throttles. I've also got a couple of TCS throttles now, and those things are pretty nice. The locomotives all make use of back EMF decoders. And going back at the time I started DCC, that was not the way many decoders were equipped. A few years ago, there was an article in the NMRA magazine about speed matching, and the author there went through a process to show you how to speed match, but he said this doesn't work with back EMF decoders. You can't speed match them. And I wrote a letter to the editor of the NMRA magazine and said, gee, I'm glad I didn't know it was impossible when I did it. You really can do it, and it really does work. There was a version 1.0 of the railroad that we're not going to talk about. It was just a very short-lived experiment in building things, and it had gross flaws, let's just say. Version 2 was inspired by my friend Rick Tipton. Rick had a Pensy Panhandle division layout at that time based on the routes east of Dayton, Ohio. And his was the first real operating layout that I ever operated on. And his railroad and was single track, mine is single track. Both of us have passing siding, lots of industry, and staging. So as it turned out, initially at least, the schematic of mine looked remarkably like his. So what did we have? Well, this was built in a room that was 25 feet long, that's left to right, and about 12 and a half feet from top to bottom. And along the bottom of the picture is Pittsburgh. I've just put in main lines here to keep it legible. And Pittsburgh had a classification yard and was kind of the end of the railroad. It wrapped around the end of the room to a place called Bridgeville. And Bridgeville is a town where the real Pennsy crossed the real N&W at that time. And it was an interchange between them. However, the Norfolk and Western used a yard in Pittsburgh that was a flat spot in a very hilly town and was up in the hills. And in my world, somebody made them an offer for that flat land for development that they couldn't refuse. So they firmed up their connection and come into Pittsburgh now on the at the connection at Bridgeville and used the Pennsylvania Southern's yard. Their staging yard had a couple tracks that extended almost the length of the room there under Waynesburg. The railroad wrapped around a little bit, and you can follow it if you try and get to Washington, Pennsylvania. There's a yard there and some industry. And then south of Washington, we work our way up the hill to Waynesburg. And again, there's a couple more spots with some industrial activity. The main line was meant to curve back down along the end of the room and then go into a staging area just below where Pittsburgh is in the drawing, but that just never came to pass. And you'll see that it moved. But the operations really consisted of switch lists. I used a program that I wrote on a Commodore 128 to route the cars. We staged trains at Washington or Waynesburg and the N&W, and they would bring cars into Pittsburgh. A local would originate from Pittsburgh to switch industries on the northern end of the railroad, and then another transfer run would take things to Washington, and trains for the southern end of the railroad would run from there. The railroad started out in a basement in Louisville, Kentucky in 1980, and by 1985 I had a job change. It took me to suburban Philadelphia. Now, the layout was built pretty much with L girders. Lynn Westcott's book on benchwork had just come out at the time, and that inspired me to build it with the L girders. In it, he said that if you had to move, you could just cut the L girders, cut the railroad above, and then when you got to the new place, splice it all back together. And that's what happened, and I did it. Now, I've read more recently that you can't move L girder benchwork. Well, that's another one. Read the book. So how did it fit in the new house? Well, it was absolutely, utterly amazing. The basement in the new house was 25 feet wide, just like it was in the old house. Things were arranged a little bit differently. The whole thing is bumped out. There's a nook up in the corner there that's 2 feet by 4 feet. That was where the electrical panel in the house was, and there was a sump pump under there. So everything had to scoot out a couple of feet. As it turns out, Pittsburgh was up against a couple of poles that hold up the rest of the house. And then I was able to build a staging yard, as you'll see. Waynesburg now is a fair bit wider than it had been before, and that will actually come into play in a later situation. Over in the lower right corner, you'll see that the entry now is off the side of the room and not off the end as it had been before. I had built the railroad only 21 feet long in the previous house, and it turned out to be a good move here. I didn't have to chop anything off of it. The railroad did grow a little bit. The staging area that I had thought about in Louisville was created here, and I actually put it on the other side of a backdrop there at Pittsburgh. This house had no pantry in the kitchen, and so where the staging yard is, I actually built a bunch of shelves, and the staging yard is just one of the shelves in the pantry. So that is how it all went together in the second house. Operation was similar, but I wasn't there for very long. Changed jobs again in 1988, and unfortunately went through a little bit of a change in the family structure as well. And so I ended up as a single parent with a 6-year-old son there, and I had no help house hunting. You can read help any way you want. I was able to get the basement I wanted with no interference, but on the other hand, I didn't have any help looking at the rest of the house, although I did okay. The classic 4-wall basements I had to lay out in previously are hard to find here in West Virginia. And so it became a bit of a challenge to find a spot. And I was determined again to move the railroad. I'd done it once before, so I should be able to do it again. I had a rookie realtor, though, who took me to a bunch of basements the first weekend. None of them were acceptable, but I explained to her what was wrong with each one and how had it been a little different, it might have been acceptable. The second weekend, she must have looked at a bunch of basements in the intervening week. The second Saturday, she took me to several credible basements, and the one I bought had the best house on top. So what did I end up with? Well, the area where I've got the cursor, which I hope is visible, is the stairway that came down from the main floor, came down to a landing down here, or a foyer. There's a coat closet, a powder room, a door to the outside. This is, getting pretty good for a railroad room. Unfortunately, the room was only about 14 and a half feet wide. The other place it come from was about 16. So there was nowhere to put Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh would have been where the staircase and the powder room and the other room, which is the laundry room, would have been. But I went down to the end of the room, opened the door, turned the light on, and what did I find? I found a room that was perfect for Pittsburgh. It was 10 feet wide and 22 feet long. Um, the problem was I was going to have to stack the staging yards and in Pittsburgh, and staging yard on top. Would have been a bit higher than Pittsburgh. Was not going to work. So I swapped positions. I buried the yard, and in doing so, I faced a conundrum: how many tracks do I want to put on it? There had been 4 previously, and I finally decided I should put all 11 that would fit there. You never know, someday you might need them. And they'd be hard to do it later. So I put Pittsburgh on top, but now I came up with a different situation. Pittsburgh now connected to what had been Waynesburg, and Bridgeville connected to what had been Pittsburgh. And so it turns out that Waynesburg had a lot of area up here and became a wonderful industrial area for Bridgeville. Bridgeville, on the other hand, came onto the main line and would go right into a staging yard. That made no sense. But the track extended the length of this bench work and came out the back here, and we connected it to the main line south of Washington, and came up with some kind of story for that. So it looks like it fit pretty well in the new house, amazingly enough. And with that staging yard below Pittsburgh, however, it's well hidden. You can see that there's not a whole lot of vertical clearance. I'll explain those yellow cards later on and show you what they mean, but they're just kind of instruction for the train crew. The trackage has been remarkably stable under there. The worst thing that happened one day, a train came out and 2 gondolas derailed. And when I went to pick one of them up, the other one came with it. I had ballasted some track up above, and some glue had dripped down and dripped right on the couplers and glued them together. So replaced the couplers and everything was as good as new. That's the worst thing that's ever happened in that hidden trackage. So things got back to normal. We resumed operations. And at this point, we had 3 trains that came from South Staging, and which we now named State Line Yard, figuring it straddled the state line. We had a couple trains from the Norfolk and Western, but I kept adding cars faster than the industrial development demanded. I had a new computer for car routing. This was a Macintosh SE30 that I could bring home from work on the weekends, and that baby was really a screamer. It was a whole lot better than that Commodore 128. It even had a hard drive inside. I don't know, 2 or 3 megabytes, something that you could never fill up, I guess. But anyway, and then bless her hearts, Walthers started the Cornerstone series of buildings. The industrial base grew steadily but slowly, and it did increase the demand for cars. Those structures that Walthers built also came with cars that fed the structures. Unfortunately, the car fleet grew less slowly. And what we began to see was that trains coming into Pittsburgh from the south would occasionally have a car in them that was billed to go right back south. And what was happening was the car routing program had filled up all the industries, and there was nowhere else to send a car but back where it came from. Well, after a while, it started to become pretty noticeable. And when a quarter or a third of the train is going right back where it came from, something has to happen. So I was faced with 2 solutions. Do you remove cars, or do you build a north end staging yard? Well, this clinic wouldn't exist if I just removed the cars. So I built a staging yard out in the garage. This was in December of 1995. I built it for a harsh environment. Where I live, temperatures can get down to 0 Fahrenheit and up to 100 Fahrenheit. And over that temperature range, nickel silver rail, 20-foot piece of it, can expand by 1/4 of an inch. I'd never have seen those extremes in the garage, but I did allow for them. And I've had no track buckling at all in almost 30 years. So train cars that would come in from a train from the south now that would have gone back south earlier now can go through to the north. And similarly, cars that are excess on the north end will just go south, and they're blocked on the rear of the freight trains. So now, of course, with this staging yard, there are three north and three south. They're feeding the same number of cars onto the railroad, and they're taking away the same number of cars from the industries. So the trains now are half as long as they used to be. So my issue of capacity looks like it's been solved, at least for a while. Um, Early 1996, in addition to the construction of that staging yard, saw the arrival of my first DCC system. 1995 had been a very good year for my employer, so it was a real fat profit sharing check, and that covered it. Um, I had three mainline DC throttles and a fourth throttle in each of the yards. I just disconnected all the throttles, hooked up the DCC to one of the track buses, and off we went. It was a relatively easy transition. Over the next 10 years or so, Walthers kept coming out with those kits, uh, built more industries. In some cases, the added car traffic in a town caused the need to rebuild the track arrangement a little bit. There are more cars on the layout, but by the mid 2000s, things really started to change. Um, those trains that had plenty of room to put more cars on were now full, and they still had some overhead cars. But the big thing that happened was I was able to start monthly operating sessions. Before that, my job had me traveling very irregularly, and it was hard to establish anything on any kind of a regular basis. That had changed, and so I was able to do this. Then operators started bringing their own trains to run, so we had a couple of those. And then we had lots of staging at the south end. Remember, 11 tracks down there, but only 6 at the north end. So what that led to was the addition of 6 more tracks at the north end, so we had more room to put cars, and it was built to the same kind of standard that the first part of the yard was. Um, if you look in the picture here, you might think it goes a little farther past the end of the first part, and you're absolutely right. The track lengths are about the same. I've listened to my operators. I've got a couple of guys who really understand what I'm trying to do, and when they make a suggestion, I actually listen to it and try to evaluate it. Sometimes I implement it, and sometimes I don't. The NW trains at one time were part of a so-called alphabet route. I don't want to get into all that right now, but it was a sequence of railroads that handled cars between the Midwest and the East. Um, Remnants of it apparently continued for reasons I don't understand into the early 1980s. What this allowed me to do was add cars destined to the N&W, and that meant a couple new staging tracks back there under what is now Bridgeville. Our coal train activity picked up, and we even introduced a rock train. Bridgeville, which was becoming a big industrial center, was now declared to be a joint switching district with the Montour Railroad. Now, why does that make any kind of sense? Well, the real Pensy crossed the real Montour at just south of Bridgeville. By 1980, the Montour was actually under the control of the Pittsburgh and Lake Erie. And why we have a joint switching district here, well, not entirely sure, but that was what one of the operators suggested. And he has brought over a couple of P&LE engines that have been here for 20 years. They're not mine, they're his. So that has all worked out quite well. Part of that Montour thing was to actually build a couple of Montour staging tracks. They are actually built in the air rights over that nook that was created in the previous house. And this is now the throat of the Norfolk and Western Yard. So there's a couple tracks there. One that we use as an interchange track to a coal prep plant that was on the Montour, and the other is just for freight interchange. They also suggested that I build a new industrial park at the town of Baker. Now, this is in an aisle that leads back to the throat of the yard under Bridgeville, and was where I took the picture of that in that last slide from. As it turns out, where the industrial park hits the main line is very close to where the switch goes into that tunnel, and so the pedestrian traffic is such that you're not going to have people going back and forth in here to run trains out of that staging yard and run this industrial park. So a 2-foot aisle works quite well. And very importantly, it added about 15 spots, which meant 15 cars in, 15 out. That's 30 more cars. And the other big thing was Pittsburgh needed an arrival departure yard. Until this was put in, trains would come down the yard lead, and that was treated as an arrival track. Later on, we were able to build a couple of interchange tracks here, a couple of arrival departure tracks, I should say, and a new main line. The train you see here is actually coming in from the garage on the main line. What had been the main lines where these cars are, and I didn't mean to do that, and there we go. And they're really, that's an industrial switching lead right now. So that has actually worked out very well. It did make the railroad 6 inches deeper from front to back, but that was the price you had to pay to get that in there. Okay. Um, we added a little bit more staging here. Until we decided this was the Wheeling, West Virginia branch of the Pennsylvania Southern, we really hadn't given it much of a name. But we've added some Pennsylvania Southern activity down here, and there were trains that would come into Wheeling or into Washington. Now, that really maxes out this yard. There is room to put more track down there, but there's no room to get in to do it. Now, this is very hidden trackage, and we've only one time had to declare force majeure when we had a massive derailment in there. Railroad has continued to grow. We have enough cars at this point to justify 5 full trains in each direction coming out of staging, bringing cars onto the railroad and taking away cars that have come out of the industries. And there's enough overhead cars now to fill up complete trains running each direction. And that's when we instituted some through traffic. These were originally Southern and L&N run-throughs. I wanted to keep in mind that the railroad does not end at the walls of my basement. It does continue to Chattanooga, where we would interchange with the Southern and the L&N. And so we have run-through arrangements with them. Now, by the time you take a look at all those trains that I've been talking about, we've really maxed out the staging yard, even at both ends of the railroad. So what was the answer? Well, you've heard of fiddle yards. Well, we fiddled. Trains would arrive, and what we did was move them to a shelf that I created below each of the 2 staging yards. And before the next time folks came over, these were put in a box, and then trains that were previously staged in boxes took their place on the layout. And this worked for a while. But after a while, the boxes became too cumbersome. It was a little hard on some of the cars. And I had seen a clinic at a national convention that suggested doing this sort of thing. These are drawers that are 42 inches wide, 24 inches deep, and roll out on full extension drawer slides. So cars would come off the railroad and go into the upper drawers. Trains that would be taking their place and going onto the railroad for the next time were in the lower drawers. And this has worked out well, at least on one end of the railroad, as you'll see. By this point, we were seeing that Pittsburgh, the main yard on railroads, become pretty badly tangled up. All the cars from Wheeling came in there, and they had to be dealt with. At the time, we were using a switchless program, had every car that was not on the unit train on this list, and its destination, and we would first printed them on letter size paper, then we went to legal size paper, then we started shrinking the font, and then the yard masters rebelled. So what we did was you look carefully, where are all these cars going? And what we found was a lot of the cars were going to the staging yards at either the north or south end of the railroad. And in fact, there was enough such traffic from the Pennsylvania Southern and the Norfolk and Western to generate a full train going to North Yard, a full train going to State Line Yard, and full trains in the opposite directions as well. And these trains are 20 to 25 cars, so we were taking almost 200 cars out of the yard. We restaged them into solid trains and just run them from one staging yard to the other. At the time, we had trains that were running between Pittsburgh and Washington. These trains picked up and dropped off blocks of cars at Bridgeville. There was a local switcher there that switched the industries. They switched Canonsburg and Houston. I haven't mentioned those, but those are a couple towns that are on the way from Pittsburgh to Washington. And they switched depending upon their direction of travel, so they'd be trailing points. These trains carry some inter-yard traffic. They tended to be very long, and they tended to swamp the Washington yard. So something had to give there. The other trains that were running were the Waynesburg turns. These things ran from Washington to Waynesburg and return, switched the industries at the various towns along the way. And these were everybody's favorite train to run. Whenever you got this one, whoever got this one was happy. That had made their evening. So that was a good thing. Um, what we did was we really defined the whole schedule at this point, and Bridgeville was now served differently. It gets six turns that take cars from Pittsburgh to Bridgeville for spotting, and then bring stuff that has come out of the industries back to Pittsburgh for sorting. This turn does not switch the industries. Again, those P&LE switchers do that. We also restructured the transfer runs since they were no longer handling all that Bridgeville traffic. They run between Pittsburgh and Washington as needed. They still serve Canonsburg and Houston along the way. We still have three of these. There's a fair number of cars that need to go from one yard to the other. Something may come off an NW train that goes to a city served by the Waynesburg turn, so that has to be taken down to Washington. And something may come out of an industry at Washington that's going someplace out of Pittsburgh. So there's a fair bit of that kind of traffic that does run between the yards. Well, again, we're at the point where every time I put a car on the railroad, it generated some traffic that ran between the north end and the south end. And this went on long enough that we had 8 run-through trains in each direction. One of them was the L&N, one was a Southern, and the remaining 6 were Pennsylvania Southern. At this point, they were short enough I could put more cars in, and I always thought, well, we can always add more of these trains. Now, I mentioned earlier that we hit some problems with one of those drawers. The drawer I showed in the picture was in State Line Yard. It was just inside the house. Right to the left was the door out to the garage, and something was always in the way. So it was not a good situation. What I did was I added State Line Yard tracks. So where do you do that? I can't bring them out in towards the room. What we did was put the part of State Line Yard that's under Pittsburgh, put it on a 2% downgrade, poked a hole through the wall, and then built 12, put one track as a run through, and built 12 more tracks out in the garage. And this is what it looks like. The top picture shows it coming through. And then the lower picture shows you what 10 of 12 tracks empty look like. They're very long. And if it comes out of North Yard, it'll fit here. We can send some pretty long trains here. So this has worked out well. It's built to the same standards as the yard up above it, and we've had no issues with anything wiggling or kinking. Coal trains. I have a bunch of these, and one of my operators who likes coal trains said I was letting them rust to the rails more recently. You'll see what was happening there. They were not on the schedule. We would just run them as we needed them. We would use them when Pittsburgh Yard got clogged up with all that traffic and nothing else could move on the main line. We would just run coal trains. But that doesn't happen much anymore. So there's really no need to keep the crews busy with that kind of a train. So those trains just sort of sat for a while. Now, coal trains, we got another subject here. I use live loads on these open cars. Why? Well, one size fits all. I have a variety of coal hoppers, and by the time you try to figure out what you're going to do for coal loads, you have a massive inventory problem. The live loads make the cars heavy. You need helpers on the hill. They're hard to turn over. The biggest problems we have are with an elbow. When that happens, the shop vac can take care of it. For coal, I use sandblast grit, Black Beauty sandblast grit. I can't remember the grade, but it's about like sand. The iron ore is sand that I have colored with acrylics. Ballast is sand that I have colored with acrylics also. And wood chips, we use sawdust. Generate a lot of that, and so it fills up those wood chip hoppers nicely. Oh, well, the coal trains rarely ran. So but that's when one of my operators said, well, you're letting them rust to the rail. Then I was looking at all those through trains that do no work, and a lot of the operators found them boring, and it was easy to say, yeah, we don't need to run that one tonight. And I really couldn't justify economically, from a railroad business perspective, why all those trains were running. It just seemed to be too many of them. So I looked at all the coal trains. And I said, well, many of them actually do something on the railroad. They either get loaded up at a mine, or they feed a power plant or the steel mill, or they interchange with the prep plant. They have a reason for running, actually, and they were much more interesting than the run throughs. So as it turns out, the number of coal trains I was not running and the number of those through trains that were unexciting were about the same. So I removed the through trains from the schedule, replaced it with the coal trains, and now the coal trains actually get run. The schedule is a string diagram. I did not include it in here because I figure most of you folks know what what those are. It's a nominal sequence of events. We deviate from it as circumstances dictate. Remember, the cars are assigned somewhat randomly, so sometimes things show up when you don't expect them, or they don't show up when you do, so you run a train early or late. We do track all the trains on a dispatcher sheet, and when the schedule starts to really look crazy, we rewrite it by using the dispatcher records to create to reflect what's really happening. And it usually works for a while until you buy too many cars. Um, how do I know where cars go? Well, I mentioned the car routing program, and that thing looks at who owns the car, uh, where do we send it last time, what kind of car is it, how many does an industry need, what do they need, and so forth. And subject to a variety of constraints, they're randomly assigned to destinations. And for a long time, we used a switch list that looked like this. This was the one that I said grew from letter to legal, and then we started shrinking the font. The two yard masters have the same list. And let's just follow a car on it. You see the highlighted car highlighted in yellow, the A box 51242 going to WUN, that's West Union. The Pittsburgh Yardmaster doesn't really care where in West Union it goes. All he wants to do is get it on the right track to get it out of his yard. And there's a similar code for all these cars. This is just the top of the sheet. It would go down, my computer's on a table, it would go down to the floor or below in its full format. Now, if you're running a train, say the Waynesburg turn, this gets a little bit confusing. All the cars on the left are sorted alphanumerically, and all those cars are going to some place on the Waynesburg turn. Your train will have some of those cars. Every car on your train will be on that list. Now, let's look at that rail box. It showed up here. It's going to West Union. And now we see it's going to Pennsylvania Printing. So, over on the right-hand side of the page is the same data, but it's sorted by destination. And so you see Pennsylvania Printing down there with that A box. What you don't see here is, how does the operator know what cars to pick up? Well, by the time all the trains are run, these are the cars that are supposed to be at all these industries. And if he encounters a car other than the 3 cars there at Greene County Co-op, they would be subject to being picked up. So that's how that worked. Some folks caught on to that very easily, some didn't. I really like the idea, though, of car cards and waybills, although I did not want to surrender the car destination assignments to the waybill process as is currently done by, or is done by that process. I still wanted my computer to do it. And so I went to a single-use waybill. This thing's the size of a business card. It has a car reporting marks, a number on it, the AAR code for it. Is it loaded? Is it empty? Where does it originate? Where does it end up? Now, this is a car that's coming out of a staging yard and going to an industry on the railroad. So that line that says via tells the crew to leave that car at the Washington yard, because that's where the train that goes to West Union will be made up. This stuff all comes out of that big spreadsheet program that I've got. And how do I get it formatted like this? Well, Microsoft Word has this neat feature called mail merge, which was used, I think, designed to take names and addresses out of a spreadsheet and format them for a mailing label. And I just looked at that and said, well, I don't have names and addresses and I don't have mailing labels, but I can still use that and make that work. So that's how I got that thing. Train movement authorizations. Stole this lock, stock, and barrel from the late Lynn Young's Grafton and Greenbrier. It's more of a track warrant. And what we would do is fill it out, read it to the train crews. They would read it back. That gets to be a problem. Radios work for some things, but some folks just can't do train orders. Some folks, you dictate their name and they can't write it down. Others, there are hearing problems. The radio transmission sound quality is poor. Operating sessions can be noisy environments. I got away from doing things this way. Go to a Form 19 and really more classic timetable and train order, but we don't have a timetable. And these are printed and delivered to the crews before they start their run. And we really have very limited need to read a train order over the radio. We have theoretically have train order offices at the passing siding. So we have train order signals. We can stop a guy there and hand him another printed order if we have to. The dispatching is done in that laundry room I mentioned, and got a couple things on the computer screen there. It's not real easy to see, but the panel on the left is a staging yard status. That's updated manually, and all the red marks are next to tracks that have a train that has gone into them, and that track is now out of service until we run all the trains. Over on the right is the train order you saw on the previous slide. I actually use a Microsoft Excel workbook and a train order to each one of the sheets in the book. And so it gets filled out, gets printed, and then I have a record of all the train orders for a particular session. We do keep track of everything here. We log stuff, and if you're in need of data for your chief dispatcher AP certificate, we can give it to you. Remember those yellow cards I showed you early on? They were a train information card that told you what the train was supposed to do and where it started, where it ended, and so forth. And when I went to the new waybills, I got something else that was a little taller than the waybill, but it has the same information that's on that yellow card, and it's packaged, clipped together with the waybills. Well, you know, things have really progressed over time. If you take a look at 1988, what do we have? We had 3 trains going from Pittsburgh to staging to Pittsburgh and back, a couple of L&Ns, a couple of trips from Pittsburgh to Washington and back, and 2 Waynesburg turns. We could do almost all of that in an evening. Now today, we got an incredibly long list of trains. Staging has grown, but really the footprint of the railroad and its industrial base has grown only very slightly over all these years. So a lot of this is just stuff using staging. I mentioned at one point we had the 5 trains come in from the railroad in each direction that bring cars on and take stuff away. Got a couple of N&W trips. We mentioned Pittsburgh to Washington and back, and we're up to 3 Waynesburg turns with that industrial park. We simulate interchange with the 3 railroads that you see listed there. There are interchange runs that go out to the garage. We're up to a couple of Southern and L&N run-throughs in each direction. I mentioned the 6 Bridgeville locals. I mentioned the coal trains. I did not mention that we have an auto parts movement that goes in each direction, and an intermodal train in each direction. I did talk about all the stuff coming in and out of Wheeling, and we've actually got enough B&O traffic to run a B&O train in each direction, and it stops at Pittsburgh to pick stuff up that's heading north of the B&O. So it's a lot of fun. One of the things I always have a little trouble with is talking about sessions and whatever. When I talk about a session, I usually mean an event when somebody, guys come over to run the trains, and what it takes to run them though is about 15 to 20 hours. All these trains are in one schedule, one big long sequence, and it takes several evenings to get through the whole thing, and that's when I restage the railroad. So restaging's a lot, but on the other hand, it doesn't happen too frequently. Well, what about the coal trains? We had one that originated at a mine in Waynesburg and went to a power plant in Pittsburgh and back, and now we have Detroit Edison and Wisconsin Electric both operating out of Waynesburg. We got a train that comes up from West Virginia to Duquesne Light. We got a couple of nameless trains that cycle through the Montour, and we've got a couple more that we envision going from West Virginia up into somewhere up farther north. And we got a coal iron ore operation that is iron ore south from Lake Erie, comes down to Bridgeville, drops off the iron ore, picks up the empty coal hoppers, continues south with them, and then the next time reverses it, bringing coking coal up and taking the empty ore hoppers back. So just an incredible number of trains. So what's summary here? What's the punchline? Well, there was a lot of growth. We had to change the schedule due to industrial development, due to car purchases. Staging grew. We outgrew staging. We made more staging. We changed the paperwork. We talked about how we changed this, the switch listing and the car cards. We talked about dispatching changes. And that leads me to my last comments. Got a couple of things I want you to walk away with. Don't be afraid to change things. If things evolve on your operating scheme and it's not working anymore, tear up the track if you have to. Change the schedule. Real railroads alter their physical plant as needed to adapt to traffic changes. And I did the same thing, and I don't think you should be afraid to do that either. The other thing is listen to your operators. If they really understand what you're trying to do, they might just have good ideas. You've seen some that I implemented. There's some that I didn't, but I listened to all of them, and they were a big benefit to the railroad. And I always want to thank my crew. At the end of an evening, they thank me for inviting them. I thank them for coming. And if you've got an operating railroad, you know what that's like. So, and that takes me to the that slide. I've run out of slides and I'm ready for questions.
Well, that was truly an amazing presentation. I really enjoyed it. And we have got a couple of questions here for you.
Okay.
So, can you run trains out of sequence?
You can run trains out of sequence, but they might have a consequence. Well, a good example would be let's think of the switching operations in Bridgeville. I had some operators who think they didn't earn their pretzels and soda if they didn't keep switching industries. But the jobs there are actually broken down into 6 specific jobs, and they're supposed to be run at intervals between trains coming in and out of Pittsburgh. And what happens if they do that out of sequence? They run out of places to put cars, and if they don't, they'll end up swamping the yard, and it'll cause all kinds of problems there. Um, if I run out of sequence, industries don't get fed properly, and the biggest consequence is you end up causing problems later in the session, generally with overloading yards.
How long time-wise was the initial briefing for new crew members or operators?
New crew member operator briefings take maybe 3 or 4 minutes. I have a couple of cardinal rules. You need a train order. And the other thing I tell them is make sure that the number that appears on the screen on your throttle is the number you want. Don't just type something in and take off. And also make sure your train is actually stopped at a staging yard and isn't just running up against the wall. I don't do that much more because I have been to a lot of these things where you try to orient the operator, and a lot of it just doesn't sink in and make sense until you're actually out on the railroad doing something. So somebody uh, who's green, who's never been there before, I usually send them out with somebody who um, knows the railroad as kind of a pilot crew, and that works. And I try to start them out on something that's running end to end, one of the few run through trains these days, and try to get them to do it that way. Now, I recently had a guy who moved into the area from another part of the country. He is an operator, and he just picked right up on it and almost needed no orientation, amazingly enough. But um, again, based on my experience, I don't go through a heavy operation because it won't make sense until you start doing it, and at that point. So
Um, what are the minimum and maximum operators for this layout?
minimum would be about 3 to 4. Um, and if I get more than about 6, I start doubling crews up. It's the main line of this railroad is only a couple hundred feet long, and the aisles are not as wide as they should be. So, um, you know, a big crowd in here doesn't work. I had 10 in here one time for a regional convention operating session, and it was almost a madhouse. So, uh, it's it's not something that can take a huge crew. Or another way of looking at it is I don't need a huge crew.
Aisles being too short?
No, no, no,
That's
no.
a very uncommon issue on all model train layouts.
Yes, it is. And ironically, there's one that you actually have some space, but there's a bottleneck to get into it. So it's it can get a little cozy in places there.
And so, about how long would you say an average op session on this layout would run?
Well, a normal evening would be about 3 hours. And by that, and in that length of time, we run through a small part of the schedule. Um, it takes 4 to 5 evening sessions to actually run all those trains. Now, at the same time, I got some friends who come over here from Louisville, Kentucky. It's about a 4 hour drive away. They come over for a carload and they stay a couple days, and we'll run almost the entire schedule with them. So, but it's 15 to 20 hours to get through the whole schedule.
Yeah. So how did you settle on not only the name Pennsylvania Southern, but also just the railroad itself?
That's a good question. I um, started this in 1980. By that time, I had read the late Alan McClellan's series of articles on the Virginian and Ohio, and I wanted to do something like that. I had spent the 1970s living in Pittsburgh, and I kind of liked the railroad scene there. And um, what isn't part of this clinic is so much is that my railroad interchanges with all the railroads of Pittsburgh in 1980, the Chessie system and Conrail and well, the NW, obviously, the Pittsburgh and Lake Erie, and so forth. And so I liked Pittsburgh, and I just said, "Hey, nobody ever built a railroad going down the way I'm going." And probably for good reason, actually. But that's it in Pennsylvania and going south, Pennsylvania Southern. Yeah, seemed logical.
So how did prototype railroads influence your not only the decision for the creation of the layout, but also the evolution of the operating scheme?
Well, I it it was really well. Probably one of the big things was how to deal with the Norfolk and Western, and I wanted to get the Norfolk and Western in there, kind of like them. And originally, one of the very first things, of course, was to make that fiction about them getting rid of their yard. That did not happen in the real world. That yard is still a railroad yard today. Um, but then once once I got into the present house and we had to take the N&W stuff out the other way, looked at that and I thought, well, how did the N&W get the wheeling? Why did they do it the way I did it? And my thought was, well, the N&W west of Pittsburgh, they decided there wasn't much there, so they abandoned it. And they have since sold it, but they worked their way down to Wheeling and came into the Pennsylvania Southern that way. And so, I hope that's part of it. And I also wanted to see, some of the other stuff. I had spent some time there in Louisville, and we lived right up against the Southern Railway, so I kind of like to see the Southern stuff and also the L&N stuff. And hence, that was part of the rationale for getting those things onto the railroad as well. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes. Um, do you ever have issues with when you were increasing the volume of traffic on your layout, when you were increasing the amount of cars, the amount of trains, the amount of industries? Did you ever have issues with your car forwarding systems not being able to keep up with it?
No, that I did not. The biggest, the only issue I had was when there got to be so many, and that switch list that the yard masters have had started to get too hard to read. That was the only real issue. But in terms of the software behind it, no, that just kept right on chugging. Um, there's a very large matrix that's in there that has all the yeses and nos for what can go where, and I just had to keep expanding that. But um, really, the programs kept right on working.
And also kind of on a similar topic to that, how difficult is it to add cars or trains or locations to the car forwarding system?
Oh, it's relatively easy. I just add something to the matrix for a location, and there are two places where I have to actually add the cars, but that's again, this is a program that I've written for my own railroad, and it's very, very specific to it, and it does not have a very elegant front end on it at all.
Um, And what job requires the most experience to run?
I think probably the Pittsburgh Yard. That's a busy place. A lot of stuff happens there. I've got a couple of guys who just do that yard very, very well, and others who won't go near it. Um, the train dispatcher isn't such a hard thing to do. The sequence of events works fairly well. Um, and when there's a need to deviate from it, the yard master usually is the one who uncovers it and can communicate that with the dispatcher.
And what DCC system does your layout use?
I use the NCE now.
Very
Is
nice.
Yeah.
So in an average op session, how many trains would a single or a pair of operators run?
Oh, probably 4 or 5. I try to
Uh,
keep them busy.
uh, w- um, what would you recommend? What would you tell somebody who is new to operations, or who is building their first ops oriented layout?
I would tell them to recognize that there are a whole number of options for what they can do, for how they determine how cars get moved, for how they dispatch. And I would strongly recommend that they see as many operating layouts as they can. And a good opportunity to do that would be at something like the convention coming up in Texas in the summer. There are lots and lots of operating sessions, or even go to your regional conventions and attend operating sessions and see what you like, see what you don't like, and hopefully you'll see enough different ways of doing it that you'll be able to develop your own taste that way.
Uh, why do you need to know where a car originates and where its end location is, and not just its movements on your layout?
Uh, I Well, one of the things is Pennsylvania Southern cars typically don't leave the Pennsylvania Southern, that is to say, go to an interchange unless they're loaded. And typically, we like to return foreign empty cars to their owners, and that's really the underlying reason. And The other thing is, if I'm not careful, I can ship a carload of beer to a coal mine or something like that. Or well, you can do something really um, inappropriate if you're not careful. And so that's why I want to know where a car came from.
How often do you hold op sessions at your layout?
I do it monthly.
And is there any sort of OPSIG yearly run in your area?
No, no, I live off the beaten path. Charleston, West Virginia is not well. We're a good 4-hour drive from anything bigger.
Um, and I think that will take me to my final and most important question. When can I come operate at your layout? It sounds like a lot of fun.
Well, if you're ever going to be out this way, let me know, and we'll work something out.
I'll be sure to do that. And so that, I believe that concludes this presentation. Stay on
Okay.
for, I believe, one more after this. And if you would like to further talk with our presenters, make sure to go to wereby.com/OMRG.
Wereby.com/. Okay, I got that. Okay, let's see. Get out of this. There we go. Well, there we go. I stayed with the screen the whole time. So, okay. I need to get out of here now, right?
Uh,
Hello there, welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. For our last clinic of the night, we have another big railroad tour by another big master model rider. But before we go, I'd like to tell you that we are switching back to monthly on the fourth Saturday of each month NMRAx conventions. The quarterly ones will have 8 clinics like today, and then the other 2, so February and March, we will do 3 clinics or 3 time slots, and the middle one will be about the NMRA. So you might see the president, or you might see some board of directors, or there will be some news announcement or some talk about the state of the NMRA. Oh, here he is.
Yeah, made it. The other one went a bit long, but here I am.
Jerry, you need to turn your music off.
I haven't got music.
Someone has music.
Oh, that's from your previous. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we don't want to rehash that. That went too well.
Very
So
good.
you want to introduce the video and then we go?
Yeah, well, this video is slightly different to the earlier ones. There are more layouts on it. These are a bunch of layouts right across Australia that I've visited over the past few years. There's only a couple of minutes of each, but it says what scale or gauge they are and approximately where they are in Australia. Most people wouldn't know the difference. So, from one end to the other, these layouts say Adelaide to Brisbane, you're looking at 2,500 to 3,000 kilometer run. So
wow.
You can catch a train for that. It's called the Great Southern. It goes all the way through and plenty of good stops on the way. So,
Cool.
yeah, I'm ready to go when you are.
Brad, please roll the video.
night about it.
Hi, John.
You get 500 chairs out there, what are you going to do with them?
Oh, I just been me patching the guy wants to take a seat.
Good. What do you reckon? Well, this money's not all that hard, is it? Which is part of the track, yep. And then there's another train leaves Winfield, which is cement hoppers out to go through the back. So there's enough for everybody to keep operating. Ready for riding.
I think it's
These are super trees. Yeah.
all right in stuff.
They do, yeah. Yeah, we cut the tops off a bit, we made them a bit smaller. I would like some to be a bit bigger, but they're all right. Code 55 track, which are low. All the turnouts and micro engineering,
sorry. It heads this direction. So if you're heading in that direction, you're heading through Woodley Yard now, the bus stop. This is the dusty yard. That's the dust is.
making a request to field equipment. The field equipment will decide
See if that one was green over it.
to do what
It
it
was,
was.
wasn't it?
And if it is, it will throw the trend out. If it's
No,
not,
they're facing the other way. It's all right.
and it'll, so this is, when I press the button, this
And
light
I
will come on
would go in
indicating
the
I'm
start
turning the
line.
control out. And then after a delay, this one will come on, which is a response from the field. You'll also see this coming on as John David moves, because I'm getting responses from the field as he moves his train around. So we see that come on. So then it gets off this block here. This is like everything that happens on the right will follow after an indication. So I'll request that. The control goes out. There's that indication, and then these lights go dark. So that turnout is now. What's the normal process? That does you need that normal process.
What's floating out of there, isn't it? If you get a chance to come up, George.
Yes.
Did it change, Dennis?
Yeah, you're right.
It did.
Yeah, let's
Down
say
here,
it.
that's all.
Don't change it underneath. Not yet anyway, it's not over the top.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Oh my God, I've seen it before.
Yes, I'm sorry, but listen, I'll lift up the hatch for you. We're not bad as that.
Change it back now.
We're not as bad as that. We'll lift up the hatch.
Oh, no, that's fine. I need this.
Yeah.
That's all right.
You're gonna
Oh,
That's all right. No, I
do a cross here, are we?
we should be right. The second coming, the second one, they're coming on the third, so we timed it right. We'll have it head on.
Well,
I think we might. Next.
Zero for headlights. Zero for headlights.
And would you see the junction at 1 o'clock? So it's just so you know at 12:45. That'll not
Well, we're not actually.
No, not right.
We're just running it on sequence tonight. So.
Well, we can whiz round to see the junction here.
I guess.
You can't. Sorry, should have checked the head there. I'm seeing everywhere.
No, you're going to send us. You're going to send us for me. Because I've got 2 pickups for me.
Well, they're starting to not really set up the 5 cars there. They were all planned around 4 or 5 with a short the police that might come in.
Okay, change that call. Which one? All clear? All clear? It's uphill, it's up
Yes,
the side.
yes, yeah, that's as big a train as I've seen.
I'll give it down.
Yeah, and the structure of C is a very similar structure to 14, albeit the parameters are different.
Understand any of that? No. No. Forget about computing. To me, for me, for
I'm pretty happy with it.
And to have the input from all the mates.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we'll help each other. That's what we're all about.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that for me is a big part of the hobby.
Yeah.
It's, you know, people who lock themselves away on their own and struggle with being limited skills.
Yeah.
And it's when you get that share.
You can learn from one another.
And it gets exciting, man.
Yeah, it's the only way you never really get much better. You can only learn so much from the
Welcome to the N-scale layout of Jeff Lee, MMR. A beautiful layout, which unfortunately no longer exists. He's taken it all down and rebuilt a new one. Looking forward to videotaping the new one. There are no sounds in these particular locos, although they're running on DCC, but you can open the window and you can hear the Pacific Ocean, which is less than a stone's throw away. So it's in a nice area, beautiful scenery, and everything runs well. Jeff has regular operating sessions with a bunch of other N-scalers from around Sydney and the Central Coast. And unusual for
Won't go backwards. The right side. Now you. Ah, go backwards now. Where do you want?
Back. Thank you for watching that video with us. We would like to ask if there's any clinics that you would like to present on NMRAx, that you use the email address that's shown, I guess, somewhere over here. Brad knows where. And if you had any questions for Jerry's clinic, he is waiting for you in the breakout room, which Brad is also going to put up somewhere over here. So thank you very much for hanging out with us. Happy to see you on the 4th Saturday next month.
Catch us all later.
Thank you.
Something a bit different this time.